Hey everybody, good morning, good evening, good night. I don't know your time zone, but here we are. We are back and we are going to somehow finish this project with probably like 75% to go this live stream before they try to actually launch the SLS system in real life, which is scheduled for about 2:17 Eastern. And last time I checked, they were still fueling the rocket. So, woo! Welcome, welcome. And we'll just make a few adjustments here and away we go. If you are here, be sure to give a like on the video and comment. And if you are watching the replay, you can also comment on the video. I will reply to all the comments. If you have questions about what's going on or you want to know more about doing modding and all this other stuff, just let me know. Now, we're going to jump into it very quickly because we have a lot to do today. So this is where we currently are from last night. And we have the boosters, we have the RS-25 engines, and we have the main core done and the top separator. Now, somebody did quickly mention that there are some slight sizing problems, which we will deal with a little bit later in the stream, because I've just been making this off of an image, and apparently the image wasn't super accurate or angled, and I may have boo-booed a bit. So I think mainly what's happened is this top segment needs to come down. This white section needs to go up. But that's not the end of the world, and it's not a difficult fix to do a little bit later. So what we're going to do here is we're going to start off by basically building this pack and trying it out in Spaceflight Simulator just to give you an idea of where we are and what we have. And then I'm going to show you what we still need to get done. Whoops. And hopefully everyone can hear me today, and I didn't accidentally mute my microphone for like 20 minutes, and I still have all this stuff here. Okay, cool. Yeah, somebody sent me a bunch of pack information to give them a hand, and it's still in there. I have to figure out how to get it out. Right. Okay. So we're gonna build a mod and see there. Hey, Wither Gamer. Yeah, your engine's been out for like almost a week and a half now. And hi, Nicholas, welcome back. Who else? We have Cedric. Cedric, of course, is going to be here. Logan has been able to make it. Yay, Soviet Mark. And Voyager Ventures. And I think I also saw like Saturn SfS earlier in the chat. I did get the top piece working at the last minute last night. Basically, what we found out was that you do need to actually have a physical piece in the game. Otherwise, it will not actually render it out. And I also made a little boo-boo. So you can see here now the side. If we go here, sides. These are actual physical pieces that will actually collide with stuff. Apparently, if you don't have any colliding source on the part, it gives you an error when you actually try to make it. So we actually added that part in. So that was the fix last night before I went off on the stream and cost me an hour. Things happen. All right, so we're going to replace that there, and we are going to go Spaceflight Simulator, and we're going to just show you where we are very quickly, hopefully, assuming everything works well. Can I make a giant balloon for air bases on Venus's atmosphere? So there's already a mod for a balloon from I think it's Danny made it in the More Parts mod. I'm going to have a look at it and see, because I know a lot of people want blimps and stuff. But yeah, I found out that if you have negative mass or you have like a mass of 0, the game doesn't like you very much. So here's where we currently are. And I'm just going to add a controller on the top here because obviously we need one. There we go. And we're going to launch. It's going to fall right through the rocket. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. That's my bad. I was fixing things last night, and I forgot to re-enable the front. Toggle active state. There we go. Now that's going to work. Apologies, everybody. I was really tired last night, so you get to start off a little bit of excitement there. All right. I'm just going to make the new pack data here off the side. It's just over here. we're going to grab the Artemis again. We're going to hit build. It'll build it. We're good. So there we go. All right. Yeah, I posted the Swift engine. It's in my 500 sub thing. I think it was like a week and a half ago. So there's actually two engines. There's the Swift and the Needletail. The Needletail is the space variant of that engine. And basically, it sits between, I think, the Titan and the Hawk. And basically, what it does is it gives you a really high torque rate when it's on. So it's really good if you want to like use it to turn around in tight places, or you're doing like some strange, I don't know, maneuvering in space, or trying to use it as a landing engine for a much larger rocket. So it works really well like that. Okay, we're gonna hit play. We're gonna go back here, and this time the rocket isn't gonna explode. Yay, it didn't explode. All right, so we're going to punch the throttle, and you can see this is where we are. I also managed to fix the green on the booster engines because, yeah, that was, no, it's still a little green. Oh well, it's not, that's close enough. It's better. It's the yellow and the blue sky are making it look a little green, but it was really green last night. So, there we go. So, you can see here that we're there, and then you can see that we can actually lose the engines, and if I should probably 25 time. If we press this, it does eject the top section. Yay, it actually works. Isn't that a miracle? So that's the core segment and this LSVA, which I think is Launch Vehicle Separation Assembly. And we're just going to build a new rocket here for 2 seconds. Because since Wither's here, and he hasn't seen this yet because he asked for it several times and then didn't actually check. So here are the engines. Here they go. And if I do this properly, I think I can do it like so. We're just going to toss some fuel in here. I think it's 8 wide. No, it's 10 wide. 10 wide. There we go. And it's going to do weird things because of that. Great. You know what? We're just going to do this. I know, it looks messy. But we're going to use up some of our valuable time to show somebody an engine that we made that they should have checked out earlier. If you cannot hear the sarcasm in my voice, that's okay. All right. And because I can, yay. So now we actually have something on the top of the rocket. We're just going to boost it up really quickly. All right. And it should have detached. Yeah. Oh, we're in 25 speed. Yeah, you got to be careful when you're in that. And then I got to make sure I actually don't accidentally turn off the wrong engine. Okay. So for some fun, for 10 seconds, just make sure. Yeah, there we go. Here are the Swift and Needletail engines. Ooh, look at them. They're pretty pretty. They are currently available in the engine pack, and after, I think it'll be either later today or tomorrow, the 2 engines that we have to build for this will also be available in the engine pack, and the SLS pack will have the rest of the parts. Because I put the engines separately because obviously the RS-25, you can use it for any rocket that you want. So it's also used for the shuttle. So that's our preview of what we've been doing, and hopefully that gets everybody up to speed. Again, if you have questions, just leave them in the chat, but like put like 3 question marks, or like ping me by going picospace, and I'll be able to see it pop up, and I'll be able to reply very quickly. So next on the list, what is next on the list? We're going to go to our reference here. We have a reference photo somewhere here of this rocket and all the pieces I still have to make for it. All right, here's the reference piece and here's the guide. Okay. So this is what we're making. So we made up to the launch vehicle stage adapter, which is pretty good. And now we have a lot of little pieces that we have to make for the actual Orion multi-crew space vehicle. But first we have the RL-10 engine and the intermediate cryogenic propulsion stage. Yay. And in order to do that, I have somewhere here, I think, a document. Somebody came up with a document. I might have to get it off Discord. Yeah, we got to jump onto Discord to get that. Okay. So we have the oh, come on. So we're here, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. So this is basically what's being used as the stage that's going to get the rocket to where it needs to go. And it also comes with the Orion stage adapter, which has all these little picosats, or not picosats, CubeSats. I'm calling it picosats because that's why I made a picosat, but they're CubeSats, and they're going to be in here. If we have time today, which probably won't, we'll make those little CubeSats. So I'm just jumping over here on the other page for 1 second because I have to grab the parts for, oh right, I wanted this. So we're going to open the original on that. Go here. So I got this drawing. We're going to use this drawing instead because I think it's more accurate than the drawing that I actually have. And going here, want this drawing. This is what we're going to use for the scaling because, again, this is all the pieces showing, and they're actually in a vertical orientation rather than, while the cool side orientation looks good, it's a little difficult to figure out what things should look like. And somewhere here, there we go. And a special thanks to Cedric for this. Here is the R10 engine that we have 99% sure is actually in the rocket with the extended bits because it actually extends. So this is the R10 rocket here, and then it has this extra long cone segment for sort of the space variant. So we're just going to save these quickly in here. We're going to go RL10. So we have them, and I don't have to have this open. And we're going to save this. Okay. There we go. And with any luck, there we go. Okay. So that just gives you an idea what we're doing. We're going to do the intermediate cryogenic propulsion. Now, instead of last on the first stream when I actually made it from scratch, which was incredibly stupid of me because it took forever to fix a little minor error. This time we're just going to steal it from an engine. So let me know in the chat which engine I should steal it from. We basically have option of a whole bunch of different engines from the game. I don't know. It's more, what plume do you want it to have look like? Not the thrusters. We've got the Frontier plume, and we can play around with this later. Yeah, that's not going to do that one. So maybe a couple options here. We have the Peregrine plume. Doesn't really matter which one. We're going to rebuild it, but there's a couple different options for which one it is. So let me know in the chat. Basically, probably it's going to either go with it. So what engine should I use to make the RL10 engine with? And then we need to come up with a cool name because I don't like calling it RL10. That's a weird name. So gotta come up with a better name. Titan engine plume. Okay, so we could do the Titan. I'm seeing Titan there. And then, what is it? Nicholas, the exotic pack. Yeah, the exotic pack. So right now I have the exotic pack and the rover pack. So the rover pack I'm going to release first. It has a whole bunch of rover wheels and a few other little things that I'm making for rovers and landers. Once I have that pack figured out, we're good to go. Welcome, Sable Gaming. And what we're going to do is have it where the rover pack's going to come out. The exotic pack has an update. It actually is going to have the new pulse, the nuclear pulse engine that I've been working on. That was fan requested at 1,000 subs. However, I'm reworking it to make it a little bit more pulsy and less. It looks like a pulse engine, but it's still giving you a consistent thrust. because obviously we want it to be pulsed and just absolutely crazy. All right, so we got 1 vote for the Titan and 1 vote for the Hawk. Somebody's saying we should name it the Eagle engine. Okay, Eagle engine it is. So we're going to call this the Eagle engine because that's going to be fun. And somebody else voted the Frontier plume. So we got Hawk, Frontier. Oh, come on, Cedric, don't vote twice. That's annoying. So we got Titan, Hawk, and Frontier. Okay, Titan, Hawk, Frontier, and then somebody says Titan. So do we have... No, you guys are posting the same thing again. Stop voting twice. All right. When will it be out? The rover pack is going to probably come out on Monday, and the exotic pack update will probably be on Wednesday. I don't know what the fight is about the American video and stuff, but yeah, I don't have time to go through and moderate the chat, so I just made Cedric the moderator. Cedric, deal with it. Meh. You're likely going to be on anyway. I haven't made any Soviet engines yet. That will probably be closer to the end of the month. The reason why is I've been doing recreations for American parts, so eventually I'll get to the Soviet engines, which some of them are actually very, very impressive. So there we go. All right, so we had 1 vote for the Frontier, 1 vote for the Hawk, and 1 vote for the Titan. Somebody vote for one of these 3 engines that hasn't already voted. Hi, Celebral Gaming. So these engines should be available for mobile when the mobile app is supporting custom parts. That's on the dev. Basically, once they have the mobile support ready, they'll let the modders know, and it's probably like a 10-minute process to actually update for mobile. And then it'll be up on the GitHub. But it's the dev thing. They need to actually release that. So, okay. So nobody has broken this thing, so... Are we going to go Frontier, Titan, or Hawk? So Frontier, Titan, or Hawk? You know what? Let's take the Hawk, the Frontier engine, and there's a reason for this. We're going to mix the plumes later because I'm crazy. Yeah, N1 rocket is going to be one of the votes for the next recreation project. So I'll be posting that, and people will be able to vote. I think I have a list of them already. Somebody threw in the Gru rocket from Despicable Me. If that wins, somebody's gonna need to apologize for that. Oh, did we get 2 votes for Titan? Okay, we'll do Titan. That's fine. We will do Titan. We can do Titan. That's easy. Because we should probably get moving. I don't have a lot of time to make decisions. Just go. Don't be indecisive. All right. So it's engine Titan, and now we're going to call it Eagle engine. There we go. All right. So there's the Eagle engine, and we're going to have to figure out how this is all going to fit together. Yeah, I'll probably switch the flame to blue. That's easy enough to do in here. We just go to the flame holder, and we switch these from red to blue. Oops. There we go. Okay. And we set that to 1 so this thing doesn't go completely nuts. There you go. A blue Titan flame. Woo! That's crazy. All right. So now we need to make this Titan engine we're going to call it the Eagle engine for the rest of this, but the R10. And for that, we need to go and figure out how exactly this is going to be properly sized, because sizing matters because it's a recreation project. All right, so back to our references here. Like I said, R. Okay, here we go. So the engine is in Imperial. Okay. So just FYI, the game itself is, and then I got all these pieces here. So we're just going to go here. We're going to copy that image. We're going to paste the image here. Oops. No, it's not letting me do it. Okay. We're going to drop it in. No, why is it not letting me do this? Okay. I'll do that then. Okay, so the engine is 86.3 and then it's 77.2 for that whole thing, which means it's a total height of 163.5 inches. All right, so now we need to get inches to thing, and I'm just going to do here 1 second. There we go. So that is this times this conversion number gives us just over 4 meters. So we're going to make the engine 4 meters. Again, in the Spaceflight Simulator, everything 0.5 is highly recommended. You can make other things a little bit different, but yeah, generally you want to sit with that. So it's 4 meters wide, and then it's, or high. So this is the height. And it's how many? 84.1, and this is the width. Now, this actually extends out, as you can see here in the drawing. So there's this is extended height, and then we have the compact height. And the compact height is the 86. So 86.3. So with a bit of math here. Okay, so we're going to say it's 4 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters. So that means the whole engine, when it's compact, the bottom section of the cone is going to completely cover the engine. Yeah, we'll probably make a little tweak on that to make it look a little bit better. But yeah, that's what we're going to go with. And the width compact. 1 second here. I just got to do this. And that is what we're going to say here. Basically, it's this width right here at the bottom of the engine. Or is it this? I'm going to say this is the bottom of the engine for the segment that moves. Because let's not get too complicated here. So it's 56.9. Oops. So we're going to say the bottom is 1.5. Okay. So not 100% accurate, but pretty close. That's what we're going to end up with, and we will adjust. Does that, everyone agree with that? And I think we're good. Okay. So I'm just going to move that off here so I have it as reference, and we'll have this picture in a second on there. Let's got to open this path here. Open Show and Explorer. There we go. And our reference image, and we're just going to drop the reference image into the project like so. There we go. Give it a second, it'll load up. There we go. And then we're going to drop the reference image in here. And I said it was 4 meters tall. All right. So let's make this 4 meters tall. And I'll correct for. Oh, shoot. What is it here? Each square is a meter, right? So about right there. We'll get it correct from the top line here. So 1, 2, 3, and a bit more. 4. And then, so 1.25, select, and we're going to make that 1.25. No, I bugged that up. 1.44 by 1.44. There we go. So that's the real size of the engine. So this is what we're trying to make in Spaceflight Simulator. Is it really that small? This is not a big engine. Okay. And we did say it was going to be 2 meters wide, so it needs to be a little wider. So we're going to go with that. Okay. So like before, we're going to grab the nozzle. We're going to jump down here to the coloring. It's multiple colors, isn't it? Great. Okay. Well, I guess we're not doing that. Okay. So we could do it. We're going to probably... So all the controls and everything are here. So we're good on that. All we have to do now is, and we're just going to drop the transparency on the nozzle. And the reason we're doing this is because we're going to move the photo here behind the nozzle and get it as centered as we can. There we go. And then we're going to shrink the nozzle down and make it sort of fit the new diagram. Now, for this, I'm actually going to delete the bottom of the nozzle because I actually have to make the nozzle in 2 parts. So we will get to that. So the first part here is going to be the main R25 engine. And in theory, it should be even. So I may have to... No, I think we're good. Slightly off. Okay. Nope. The photo is slightly off, not the nozzle. There we go. I think that's closer. Awesome. And we're going to make that right there. And then this is going to come up to here, like so. And we're going to make that wider. And then we're going to generate the mesh. And that's probably going to look pretty good. And we're just going to hide this for right now, toggle that out because we don't need it as we are working on the nozzle. Okay. So the nozzle goes to pretty small size right there. And we're going to say there and bring that down to about right there. And a little bit more, a little bit more. There we go. So that's our nozzle. We'll add some extra pieces to it here just to give it a bit more of a round bell shape. There we go. Super. All right, generate mesh. Okay, so that's the nozzle in the game. And then we have to build the nozzle extender, which is going to cover this whole thing, but we'll get to that in a second. This is way too big. So I need to make this smaller and I need to make that go up. Okay. So when I did this, I did not account for that. Okay. Hang on a second, everybody. Yeah, the top of the engine's there. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to shrink this base down to a much smaller size because we don't need it this big. For an engine like this, it does not need to be as big as it was. So we're going to say here 0.5, and then here go 2, and then 2, because that's the engine size. Generate the mesh. It does not look as nice as I thought it would. All right, let's go 1. How about that? That look good? Generate mesh. Yeah, so if you've seen me make engines before, I always have the top plate the width of the engine. And the reason for that is that then it ends up being pretty even Steven here. And that is there. So there we go. And that way, when you're putting it on the rocket, etc., it looks good and it doesn't end up having where things run into each other, etc. Because the top plate is where the attachment point is. It's also where the collision detection stuff is, so you don't go and add the rocket and put in weird stuff. So there we go. So Wither Gaming, I'm currently making the R10 engine, which goes on the intermediate stage of the rocket. Which, if I grab one of my fancy drawings here, where is it? I think I said S. Oh, S. Oh, I've got all the Saturn stuff too. There you go. So I'm making this engine right here at the bottom of the actual rocket. So this is the interstage, and then this is the R10 here. So that's what I'm making, and then make the interstage, and then I'm going to make the deployment ring for the CubeSats. And I'm going to make this interstage ring here. The these what do you call them? Bearings are going to be very simple, and then we actually have the whole little Orion thing at the top. So that's what we're doing, and I shouldn't close that because I'm going to need it. I'm going to need it. So we'll just make it like that. So that's what we're working on. So, as I look at this, I need to make this a little bit taller now, but we're gonna do that. There we go. All right, generate a mesh. Okay, and then from this, we're going to now add back the transparency because we took it out and we want it back, and see what our engine actually looks like. And then we'll adjust the coloring and spacing. Okay, so that's what it currently looks like. I don't know. We're just gonna play around slightly here. Add another one here. And here we're just gonna make the bell a little bit wider. And then down, just to try to nail off that edge a bit. There we go. Okay, so that's the top cone, or the top nozzle. There we go. Now it looks a little bit better. I'm sure somebody's gonna be like, I could do better, but I'm sure you could. We are now going to create an empty, and this is going to be the bottom nozzle, which is going to give us a bunch of trouble later, but that's okay. We're gonna go custom pipe, and we're gonna go pipe mesh. There we go. Bottom nozzle. Texture color is going to be it's actually, we're gonna go I want color gray, I think. There it is. We're just gonna make it a gray nozzle. There we go. And the shape texture is going to be edges. Edges, faces smooth. Edges smooth. Okay. You know what? We're actually going to call that metal. But probably, which metal? Way this engine's going. Let's call it metal 4. Metal 4 looks good. And then we're just going to drop it down a bit because it is the same darkness as the engine. There we go. And at this point, somebody's going to tell me there's 2 segments that need to be lowered, but meh, that's fine. Oops. Okay. So we're going to drag this all the way down here. And we're going to drag it all the way out to there. We're going to drag the top part here. Right. Oh. All right. That looks pretty good. All right, we're going to generate the mesh. And we're just going to, again, drop the opacity a bit so we can see what we're doing as we are going to build out this secondary nozzle slightly. I think that's probably pretty good. Okay. Now, this here doesn't have, it's got local color, but we're actually going to go advanced, and we're going to make some colors here, because we have it where part of it's actually kind of dark. Now, I've seen it dark green, but we're going to make it, I think, dark blue. That's probably better. Here, dark blue. Okay. And I just wanted to drop the opacity down. Drop the opacity down. Now, I'm going to say those segments are darker, so let's just go a little darker there. There we go. Okay, so pull that up. Yeah. Okay. So it's got to go like, so the first one's going to go here, and we're going to go all the way to the top, and then we're going to go here, and it's not going to do it. Shoot, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? This is always backwards, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So that's going to go to here, like that. I'm going to duplicate the element and duplicate this element. I'm going to move that here. Move this guy here. There we go. Yep. And then this guy here. Yeah, he's at the top. Oh, so he's at the top. Okay. I got this backwards. Okay, so this guy here is going to not do what I want. Come on. Oh, this guy's here. Okay. All right, so zero, zero. That's going to come down to there. And then this guy here is going to come up to right about there. And then this last guy here, he's going to come up here to right about there. And then we're going to toss the opacity back in here, and then we'll play around with the color for a second. There we go. So the top is definitely too thick. We just want it to go like that. And then here, we're going to just make it a little bit thicker so it kind of matches. And it's a dark blue shape. What do you guys think about the dark blue versus the gray? Any feelings at all? And I'm just going to check, is there any questions in the chat? Yeah. Anything? Nope, not yet. Okay, cool. So I think that's the engine. We're just going to actually make it this dark blue color because meh, I sort of started with it and it looks kind of nice. In order to get that blue here, we do need to make it. There we go. Now it does have these string things here to do that. And I'm now just suddenly realizing that this is actually 2 pieces. So we're going to call this bottom nozzle 2. All right, so bottom nozzle is going to be the top part. So we're going to go like that. And bottom nozzle 2 is just going to be the bottom part. And we're going to go like that. Then we're going to generate the mesh. Generate the mesh. And we're going to have to fix this mesh up a little bit. So this part here. There we go. That's how I like to complicate my life. Okay. So that's good. What else do we have here? We still have the ring and we still have the exhaust pipes. Yeah, so Cedric said dark blue. We're going to go dark blue. We're going to switch this metal up. I have to see what the picture. So it does have the lines on it, but we're going to switch that up from these lines, which are not bad, but I have a better metal to do here. So that's the top. Okay. So that's going to be the nozzle there. The top is this. Oh, this is all backwards. Okay. So I'm going to move that here. And then that is going to go all the way to 0. Oh, come on, 0. 0. Okay. So, because I knew so we're just going to move this off. We don't need it anymore. We're just going to move it off to the side here. So we're just basically building out the engine as it looks here. Yeah, it's pretty close. I don't think we need to be super precise. Segment here. And then we're going to change it from nozzle 3 to nozzle, I think I want V2. I think, no, V. Okay. And then we have the dark part of the top, which is black. And we're going to change it from black to gray because black's a little too dark. All right. So that gives us our nozzle there. I think that looks a lot better. And I'm just going to switch this also to a bluey gray so it matches the engine. Okay. There we go. So we have these lines to drop the engine down. We're going to work on those a little bit later because we just want to make sure everything's working right instead of getting too crazy. And let's see. All right, so in this engine, there's a part that goes like this, and then there's another part that goes across like that. So we're going to grab this guy here, and we're going to move him over here, and we're going to shrink him down, and we're going to make him that strange part. So grab this photo for a second. Bring the photo over closer. There we go. All right. And we're going to go this exhaust here. And we're just going to generate mesh. There we go. So we're going to have it come out the top, go all the way down, and then it's going to deke a little left here, like so. And then it's going to deke a little right. And then it's going to go this way here. It's probably a bit too high and a bit too big, but that's okay. We'll shrink it down. And this, to a degree, is a little bit more artistic than anything, but we're just trying to make it look somewhat like the engine, somewhat. Down to about right there, okay. And then it goes across here, like so. And then there, make that there. And then we generate the mesh. And the engine cuts in half. Brilliant. That always happens. All right, base depth we're going to say is probably 2. There we go. Awesome. Okay, so that's one part of the engine. And then we're going to use this guy here, and we're going to get rid of most of it. We don't actually need it at the moment. There we go. We're going to zero it out so that we don't have any weird movement pieces later. We're going to bring it over here. Bring it to about right there. And we're going to make it a bit wider. We're not going to get too fancy because we are on a bit of a time budget today. And if I generate mesh, it's going to go like that. I want this to be -2. Generate the mesh. So it's behind the engine. And then we're going to grab this exhaust here. No, we have the ring still. We can bring the ring back in. Toggle the ring. So the ring is a very basic part. So we're going to make the ring. Actually, we should have made the ring the other part. Oh well. Live and learn. 1, 1, 0, and height B is going to be -0.6. I'm going to say here it's going to be 0.5. And instead of -6, we're going to go to -0.8. Generate that. Oh, yeah, that's fine. And we're going to say this height is -2. Generate mesh. Now it's going to go behind, which means we can then use the actual other second exhaust, which is the fancier pipe, to actually put in a little exhaust port here, because why not? And we can come back and work on this a little bit later. We do have a lot to do, so I don't want to spend too long doing things that aren't super critical, if you know what I mean. That's probably not too bad. Okay, for now we're gonna have that. We're gonna look at the glow. We're gonna go grab the flame now. So the flame holder and the flame are there. Okay, so we need to adjust the flame for our new engine. It's not as wide as the old one was. So we're gonna go 4. Hang on, I just did something. Clear. Why is this not doing what I want? Oh, because I'm touching the wrong control, right? Okay, there we go. So we're gonna shrink the flame down a bit. There we go. And then so it's 2.34. So we're gonna change touches the flame, transform flame holder, heat hitbox, etc. So we're gonna double check the heat hitbox, which is too high, which is always too high. I'm just gonna bring that down to about right there. And then we're gonna double check that the flame thing does not when it's at 0.1. It's usually small enough. There we go. Where's the heat hitbox? It's still there. Okay, good. So the heat hitbox isn't going to hit the actual engine. All right. So back to the nozzle here. We're going to set it to 1 for the flame holder. To 1. Apply. We'll zero it out for the actual build because we don't want it to actually do that. Hit save. Okay, so I think we're going to get rid of this image now. We don't need it anymore. Delete that. And this I don't know. I'm not liking the top. We'll have to figure it out. But theoretically, that's the engine right now, and we just have to now figure out the specs of the engine. That's one of the nice things about taking another engine is that we can just figure it out. Okay, so the gimbal's on. So if we gimbal the engine, what does it look like? 1, apply animation. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not right. 0. So, you know what? We're going to bring this up. Generate mesh. Yeah, it looks a little better, but it'll hide our gimbal a little bit better because it doesn't look as weird. So, if we gimbal this engine, 1, apply animation, that's what it's going to look like. If we go -1, it's going to go like that. Okay. 0, apply. All right. Let's see what we got here. 8's probably fine, but we need to come up with our numbers for our engine. Okay. This is where I say, hey, Cedric, did anyone in the chat actually figure this out yet? Or in the Discord, what the numbers should be? And we're just having a quick look here. Oh, Cedric seems to be doing a pretty good job. Good job, Cedric. Everyone give Cedric a high five. He's keeping the spam down. That is nice. All right. So, yeah, so this is the engine. We might tweak it a little bit later, make it look a little nicer. But again, if anyone watched my other streams, functional first, pretty second. Because if it isn't functional, doesn't matter how good it looks. If it explodes, that's never good. So, all right. Now, I'm just going to take the bottom nozzle and I'm going to move it. And the reason I'm moving it is if it goes like this, yeah, so the bottom nozzle has to be a little higher up. Okay. So, what am I doing? I am changing the depth. So we're going to make the bottom nozzle 3 and the even more bottom nozzle 2. We're going to make this 3 because it'll actually, there, generate mesh. There we go. Because after I get this all working, I'm going to make it so these actually extend back and forth. I just want to make sure that if I do that, I'm going to have this one go to about right there. And nozzle 2 will compact to about right there. I want them to kind of do that. Okay, well, that's what I was thinking of doing, but have it where they're kind of in line with the bottom. And we'll get that worked out. All right. Again, just do a bit of a little stretch here as we move to the next segment, which is the engine works right now, but it's got the wrong specs. It's got the Titan specs in it. And as much as the Titan specs or whatever engine I ended up using was, this is not a 400 thrust engine, and the ICP is wrong. So we need to figure that out, and the mass. Those are the 3 things we need to figure out. And to do that, we need to go back to our design document. And here we have the intermediate cryogenic stage. So it just says it has the engine. Oh, come on. 100 kilonewton thrust. That's the only information it's going to give us. Okie dokie. In here, did I have anything from Rocketdyne about the engine? I am almost certain I did. Somewhere. Oh, that's the inner stage dimensions. Yeah, somebody was mentioning before, am I making an N1 rocket? Mario was nice enough to send this to me, so this is half complete. So the upgraded truss system, so that I can actually build this. So it is actually an option. So just FYI, that is a distinct possibility in the nearish future. And I need to get the... Great. Okay, so we're just going to pop over to... I had a design document somewhere for that. All right, let's go here and see what we got. I'm almost certain I had a design document for that. I'm just scrolling on the other page here to see if I posted it somewhere in my Brilliance. I'd have the drawing for the engine itself. Yeah, we're pretty close to that drawing. And 10 seconds, sorry. Pictures of it. Okay. I'm on. I had the design engine. No, I don't have it. Cool. All right. So we're going on to Google and we're writing RL10-B SLS engine. And hopefully we can come up with the specs for the engine here. That's the A engine. B2. There we go. So this is the B2 engine with the expanding nozzle and everything else on it. So it's got thrust, specific impulse, and everything else. Yay. So we're going to go to our Excel document over here. If we do it this way, Excel document, and we're going to go back to the constants, which is really the engines. And we're just going to move that down to here. That's fine. And we're going to go type in here. We said it was the Eagle engine. RL10B. Okay. So in real life, it's saying it has a thrust of 110 kilonewtons. Or 110.1. Okay. Which means the actual thrust is equal to this divided by 9.81. Why is that giving me a crazy high number? I don't think the thrust is that high. I'm typing in. There we go. So the thrust apparently is only 11. Okay. The specific impulse is 465.5. The engine weight is 0.3 tons. Oh yeah, I guess this is a very small engine. And then fuel consumption is a mathematic number, and this here is like that. Okay, so this is real life. I'm gonna go real life here, and then this is gonna go SfS, because we do have to make some adjustments for the real life engines, because otherwise they end up being silly. So first one is we double the mass. The thrust is the same. So we're gonna actually make the thrust, yeah, well, we can keep it there for now, but so I'm gonna say that thrust stays the same as well, because that's there. And then the ISP, we divide it by 1.5. So it goes up to 310. And this, why is this upset? Oh, there we go. Okay. So that puts us where the engine is and everything else like that. Is that pretty good? While everyone's here, the core skirt isn't right. Yeah, I know I gotta fix some of the scaling on that. We're going to figure it out. Yeah, I know. I'm working 4 days on every rocket. It's I'm getting faster though, despite the first stream's snafus. I generally I'm getting a bit faster. So let's see here. The Eagle engine. All right. So I think this is probably good. I don't like 0.6, but we'll leave it at 0.6 because this is a tiny engine. Fuel consumption is really low. It's just odd, but there you go. All right. And Let's take a quick look here. Anything else that I need to figure out? 100 kilonewtons. Okay. It's a very small thrust engine. It's a very small engine, which is kind of funny because, yeah, in Spaceflight Simulator, the engines are so big, but then in real life, the engines are actually physically bigger, but that's okay. All right, so back here, we're going to find the engine stats, and we're going to type in our numbers. So the thrust we said was 11.2. I'm just going to say 11.25 just because I like even numbers, and it's less difficult when there's calculations. The ISP we said was 310. Crazy high, but that's okay. And the mass is 0.6. So this engine weighs almost nothing. Mass, thrust. Yeah, that's the three numbers. Okay. So that should be good. And we are going to go here and put it into the bundle. Where are we here? I gotta get rid of these other bundles at some point. Okay. And probably just do a little test case for it. Now, could somebody just double check the thrust number for this engine? Because I feel like 11 is really small for this engine, given that it's supposed to like shoot a, like it's supposed to be traveling with Orion. So yeah, that's an odd one. But it says 110 kilonewtons in my design document, doesn't it? Yeah, 110 kilonewtons. Okay. Oh, don't worry, Prime. There's plenty more stream coming. So we're just going to build this rocket, and we're going to see if this engine works and there's no fancy errors or anything like that. Before we do that, we're just going to run Odin Validator. And this is just going to basically, if there's a major error, it'll pop up. If there's a minor error, it won't. As you can see, the astronaut needs a trigger, and the anchor engine needs a heat holder, and so does the descent raft. But those are all works in progress, so I don't worry about them. And there we go. And then, yeah, the little warnings come up for all the solar panels because they need 2 box components, and they always give an error. But there we go. All right, so the engine passed. So now we are going to go and build our rocket and see if this engine works. And we're just going to do a small test flight again, just to make sure that there's no magical errors and see where this engine looks like when it's in. Now I realize that the cone is fully extended and that's not normal. We're going to fix that next, but for right now I just want to make sure the engine works. I'm doing my little, quotes in the space. Are all the streams going to be 3 or 4 hours long? This stream is going to be a little crazy because I'm trying to finish it before the launch. But normally I'm trying to stream for less than 3 hours. But so far it's been like 4 hours. Because, yeah, time management skills. I'm thinking I'm going to be able to mod much faster than I actually do. But then I'm trying to put a bunch of pieces together and then make them all fit. So that's sort of the game. All right, so go back here to mod world. We're going to build a new rocket, continue our build. So before we had these engines here to just sort of show that they were there, we're going to switch them out. We're going to go to our SLS Artemis, and somebody's going to remind me to do that. I keep forgetting that one step. So because I didn't have to do it before, which was the engines would always go in the engines, but you actually have to go here and you have to tag and put it into a category. So right now it's going to go into the SLS Artemis category. There we go. Mass is good, and the thing's going to actually be -1. Then we're actually going to give it a name too. So SLS, we're just going to call it the Eagle engine. There we go. Inspired by RL 10B for the SLS. Okay. And we're going to rebuild this pack and go. It's the little errors that add up the time. All right. Yeah, the Saturn V, this is about as far as I got in the Saturn V, And then I sort of got sidetracked with the utility pack and the rover pack and the exotic packs that I made, because while it's really cool to make recreations, people tended, from the feedback I was getting, they wanted all the other parts that fit sort of with the regular spaceflight simulator rockets, so they could actually build new rockets and a bunch of other stuff. So yeah, so I'll have this one. I'm gonna finish up the Apollo mission Saturn V, and then I'm going to be putting out a vote for the next one. And you'll have things like the N1, the Sea Dragon, the GRU rocket apparently, and then I'll probably put a fourth option in there and see what people vote for the next one. And that'll probably be mid-September for that one. So we've got this here. We're going to go SLS Artemis. And there's our engine. We're going to slap the engine in here. Yeah, this is probably the wrong height. We'll have to figure this one out. I do have a better image, so I'm going to use that in a moment to correct some of the diagrams. I just wanted to get this stuff done so that I can say an extra piece is finished. All right, so we're just going to, again, launch the rocket very quickly. The intent here is just to get the top part into space. Okay, so now we're in space. We're going to break the top capsule off, and we're going to engage this rocket, and it's going to blow up the whole thing in the background, but that's okay. Oh. There we go. It looks pretty good. It's running. So our next step is going to be making it so that it can actually do the extending, non-extending thing, which I'm still kind of half trying to remember how I want to do that. It's going to be a bit of a pain, because it's a toggle on the engine being on. All right. And it's got the right thrust. Okay. So we're going to exit, and come back here. Okay, so apparently this thing, and I have a picture of it. So we're going to pick up the reference images. We're going to go down to here. I had a good picture. Where's my good picture? Of how this whole thing was stacked. Yeah, because the engine's the bottom part of this, and then it has this whole intermediate cryogenic part. All right, let's figure that out. All right. Yeah. So we know it gets shrunk down. So let's do that. So we need a move command. And we need that move command to have it where this is going here. So if the engine turns on, it's going to basically extend the nozzle is what we want. Now I have to figure out how to do that. Okay. So that very simply is we're going to put on the bottom nozzles here. We're going to add the component, and it's going to be a move module. There we go. And it's going to basically be position, and it's going to be two positions. I'm going to go here, what's it called? Bottom nozzle, so it's a B. Bottom nozzle, and it's going to be X, is going to be key 0, add a key, 0, enter, 0, enter. Oh, come on. Play nice. There we go. Because we're not moving the bottom nozzle left or right, but we are going to be moving it up and down. So right now it's 0, 0, and we wanted to move it how far on the Y? So I said about right there. So that's 1.3. Okay, so in here. We're going to flip it around because we want to start at edit key 1.35. And it's going to move to its current position of 0 in relative space. We're also going to have it where it goes like that. And at the top here, have it go like this. There we go. And the animation time is going to be about half a second. It's going to go pretty quick because we don't want to go too long. And then we're going to take this and we're going to duplicate the element because we're going to do the same thing to bottom nozzle 2. But bottom nozzle 2 is actually going to go a little higher than bottom nozzle 1. So if we apply the animation, there we go. Bottom nozzle 2 actually going to go to just have it there. Okay, and that's 1 point, we'll say 1.8, eh? No, 1.79. It's 1.79, let's just make it 1.79. Okay. So, here, and we're going to edit this key, 1.79. Okay, so at 0, they're going to be stacked on the engine like so, and then at 0.25, they will have extended out, 0.5, they extend out a bit more, and then 0.75, they extend out, and then at 1, it is fully ready to go, right? There we go. That sound good? And these are fully, yeah, they will break everything. Cool. All right, so with that, good. So we want the nozzle, this to be 0, because we want the nozzle to actually be in this position here. And because I know it's going to look weird if I don't do it, I'm going to put the flame nozzle in there. Oops. No, we're going to take that out for a second. We're going to move this to 0 and then put the flame nozzle in. Otherwise, the flame's going to look weird. All right. There we go. And then when we go here and we make the bottom nozzle go to 0, apply animation, it should take the flame with it. Yeah, there we go. And that's what it's going to look like. And then the flame needs to be a little narrower. Just, this is the type of stuff that slows me down because I start doing weird stuff. So flame holder here is going to be about edit key 0.8. Oops. Okay. And if I apply 0.25, what does it look like? Yeah, okay, there you go. Go back to 1, apply animation, and set to 0 so that it doesn't do anything weird. Okay, so that way the flame will actually move with the engine. The heat holder is still in the same spot. So, yeah, okay, so move the bottom here 1 second. 1, there we go. And then we'll move the heat holder in with it. And that should be good, so that when we're at this equals 0, where we want it to be at the starting, there we go. And where's the heat holder? Is it touching the rocket? It's not touching the rocket. Excellent. And if I just do, let's say 0.1 here, apply, now it's touching the rocket. Okay. Because if it's touching the rocket, it will, I think it's this one here. Yeah, okay. It's not the heat holder that's moved, it's still only checking the flame holder here. The heat hitbox is moved. Okay, good. We're good. All right, so that's the compact engine. Any suggestions on stuff we're doing? Yeah, guys. Cedric is the moderator. If he's telling you guys to stop doing stuff, he can mute you or he can like hide you from the channel. So muting you, I think it's like 5 minutes. Hiding from the channel, it's permanent, and I will not re-enable it back. Um, so yeah, let's not play games here. So we're gonna add here on part use. We're going to go here. We're gonna pick our bottom segment right here. I think this is the one, bottom nozzle, right? And we're going to pick a function and we're going to go move module. Now, if we pick toggle, it means every time you click the engine, it'll open and close, open and close. The reality is that we're just going to call it activate. This only does it once. It's going to activate it. It's going to open and it should stay open. So it won't close because there's no point in closing the engine once it's open. If somebody wants to disagree with me, too bad. And then now that we've done this, we can, I know that's probably going to work, but we will build it. So that should be the end of the engine. I have a couple of little things we might add if we have extra time, but I want to move to the rest of the cryogenic system and then make sure that we resize the rocket so that everything fits nicely and it's not weird. And by weird, I mean broken. All right, build mod. Here we go. Ooh, we're actually getting to making the hard part of the rocket, and we have, ooh, geez, not as much time as I was hoping. This took longer than I expected. Everything takes longer than I expected in this game. Yeah, so this is why this is another thing. I know a lot of people, they're like, oh, I want to do mods. This is how long mods take, and I've been doing this for a while now. They take long. So definitely when you see somebody making a mod or somebody doing stuff, don't like put a request to say I want this engine or something because it takes time. Okay, so the engine's good. So we're gonna launch this again. And we're just gonna accelerate time. Okay. And then we're gonna decelerate time because if it's a 25, it's gonna be crazy. So I have to figure out why this is not kicking it out as much as I want it to. That's something I have to consider. But there we go. And then if we press this, it should engage the engine. Engine on, and it moved it. There we go. Perfect. But you see, if we click it, it'll turn the engine on and off, but it won't actually bring the cone back in. So that's actually good. So I'm impressed. This actually worked. So we're going to turn the engine off, and we're going to put it here. Yeah, in the chat, basically, we're trying to keep it friendly here. No politics, no discussion about stuff. We're talking about the SLS rocket, modding, spaceflight simulator, that kind of stuff. Apparently, a couple Among Us comments. But yeah, let's keep politics and stuff that might get people upset out of the topics. Thank you. And Cedric, if you have to ban somebody because they're not listening to this, just do it. I don't care. I don't want to ban people, but at the same time, I want to keep the other people watching happy, and not have just one person making a pile of mess. Thank you very much. All right, so that's the engine. Yay. So the engine is done. So we're going to go and add the engine into the construct over here. So we can add the engine in. And the only problem here is that then this is going to be here, but that's fine. Okay, where's the Eagle engine? So we're just going to add it to the side here to get an idea of what it looks like when it's actually properly positioned. Oh, that's not good. It should be touching. Oh well, it's not. That's fine. Okay, so we're just gonna put that 8, and that should be at 60. Nope. How big did we say this thing was for? So 64? No, 62. All right, because it's going to touch the bottom, so it has to be 2.5. Okay. So that's the engine. It's going to be actually in here, but we need to figure out the rest of this, and then we got to fix these parts. So I did get a better drawing, and let's do that right now. Then we can worry about it less later, instead of having people still tell me that my rocket is the wrong size. All right, so that needs to go. I can't just drop it in there. I have to show an explorer. There we go. Reference image. Okay. Artemis. And we're going to drop that in here. This is, I think, a better reference image. Again, I couldn't find one with actual dimensions on it. So, yeah. It's going to pop in. Okay, cool. So we're going to drop that image in here. And then we have to expand it out. And now I know the widths are accurate because I actually did the widths myself. So we go here and we figure out how wide it's supposed to be in the image. We can then figure out the height from the width. That is my logic. It is probably horribly flawed, but that is my logic. No, it's still going. A little too much. Okay, so X is 1 point, so we're into 4.8. I think that's pretty good. No, it's a bit too much. 0.7, 4.6, 5. Okay, 4.6 it is. 4.6. So the boosters are a little closer to the rocket than I have them. So we can kind of fix that. I'm just gonna zero. And yeah, the boosters are totally different size. Great. That's what I want to see. The boosters are the wrong. No. Are the boosters touching the rocket at the bottom? No. Oh, I see what happens. Okay. So yeah, the boosters need to be a lot closer. All right. Well, we will fix that in a minute. Okay, so it's not too bad. We're off by a little bit on the height. And the boosters are apparently, how are the boosters too tall? I literally measured it. Oh, they're too tall because the image is not the right. There we go. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, they're slightly too tall. I don't think I'm gonna worry too much about that, but I do need to redo the cone section and stuff. Why this is slightly off here. So this needs to go up. The core section here needs to go up 1, and that probably solves that issue. Okay. So this, if it goes here, so if that goes to 61, that's happy. And then if we go to the core section here, and we make the top 61, generate mesh. It's gonna move around a bit, but that's okay. If we go back to our construct, that matches up, right? And then this engine here, Eagle engine right here, instead of 60, it's gonna go to 63. So that's gonna go there. And again, this is gonna go inside, but I'm just trying to see sizing wise and stuff. No, that doesn't make sense. All right. We're just gonna go see if I have another reference picture here somewhere. I thought I did of the whole thing together, showing me what was actually packed in the bottom. because as you can see, we have a slight problem where I'm not sure what's actually in the bottom of the rocket versus the top of the rocket. Oh, here it is. Okay. Open original. All right, so yeah, so the CubeSat. So that's what it's supposed to look like there. Inside it. So you have this whole bottom structure we have to build out, and then the rocket is sitting there. But this doesn't show the rocket actually shrunk down, which then asks the question, why do we do it? That asks the question, why do we do it? I have no idea because I thought it needed to be done. All right, well, that may have been a bit of an oops. Oh well. Okay, so we're going to need to create a new part. We're just going to keep moving on here, and it is the we call it the ICPS, and we'll also have to make a stage adapter as well. So we're going to add this in here, and we're just going to quickly make this, and then we'll figure out where we are. So part holder, orientation, and the variable module, which we really don't need. Well, it needs to be in here, but we're not, because we're hard coding it because it's this. I use the variable model when I'm making side technology, because no, we're in the wrong scene, right? Okay, ICPS, okay. When I do spin-off technologies, because this stuff here is hard-coded because it's fitting the specific rocket, but in Spaceflight Simulator, it basically goes 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, so I have to then figure that out and make it the right size. Okay, so this is going to have a mass. We're going to figure that out in a second. Yeah, actually, this is going to have a bunch of stuff in it because it actually looks like a component. Where are we here? It's this thing right here. So we have the mass already, we know the diameter, and we know the height. And then we can add the rocket on the bottom, so that's not too bad. So the diameter is 5.5, and the height's there. Okay, so that's fine for right now, but we're going to make this 1, we're going to go 0, and we're going to go 0 just so we don't have any errors. And then we're going to call this the, what was the silly name for this thing? Let's go move that over here. Okay, interim cryogenic propulsion system. Cool. Description. SLS upper stage propulsion. Cool. Okay. So there we go. We're going to create an empty part, add a component, and we're going to add a custom pipe. And we're going to add a pipe mesh. Pipe mesh. There we go. And the color is going to be white. Actually, no, the color is not white. Yeah, it's white. Yeah, we're gonna make it white right now. We'll fix it up in a second. And then the shape texture is going to be the capsule edges. Smooth. There we go. Okay, and that's our little block. It's going to be 0 at the top, and then we're going to go up because we're adding the rocket to the bottom. And we know the dimensions of this, but the dimensions are there. So the width is 5.1. 5.1. Now it says it is height of 13.7 meters, but we'll put it in for right now, 13.7, and we'll generate a mesh here. But this is actually, that's not right, is it? That's the whole thing. You know what? That's probably including the dang engine. Okay, so we said the engine was 4 meters, so that puts it down to 9.7 to generate a mesh. And then I'm going to make an estimated guess here, and say half the engine. I'm going to go to about right here. Yeah, so we have to, yeah, so we're gonna say 10, because again, we have to keep it within 0.5 for Spaceflight Simulator to not have problems. Generate the mesh. Okay, so here we're gonna add a magnet, and we're gonna add points here and here. So 0, 0, which is where the engine's gonna attach, and then 0, and I said what? 14 meters minus that, so 14, so it's at 10 meters. So that's going to add attachment points to the top and the bottom. That's good. And then we're going to say this is going to be the fuel segment. And then we have a whole attachment thing at the bottom that attaches to the rocket that we have to find a picture of. Yeah. And then what's the weight? 32.7 tons. All right. But that also includes the engine, so we're just going to make it 32 tons. 32 tons. And we'll correct for that a little bit later because we'll have to add some stuff in here. So in the fuel segment, we do have to add fuel, which in this is resource module. Oh, it's getting upset. Oh, I know why. So we need wet mass, dry mass percentage, and resource percentage. All right. And then we're going to say set mass, and we need mass. Okay. No worries. So we need those 4 variables. So we need wet mass, fuel percent. We need, all saved. We need dry percent. And then we need one, call it mass. Go. And then we're going to say this is mass here, MASS. And we're going to go back to the fuel segment and we're going to type these numbers in. So wet mass, dry mass percentage, fuel percent. So fuel percent was 1, and then we got mass here. Dry mass is 32, wet mass is 32 tons. And now we have to find out how much fuel is in the cryogenic compartment. Shoot. Okay. So we're going to go back to our friend Google here, and we're going to write in ICPS, engine rocket, sure. Stage. That's what it looks like, 13 point, yeah, so it includes the engine in it. So we might actually save that image as ICPS, there we go. And we'll do the same trick we did before to build that into the engine. And what we want now is the specs. Everybody wants specs. Only, like, we've got color sheets here. Who wants to do some color sheets? Are there any actual specs here? Performance, yeah, okay. Alright, so maybe we'll have to write in specs. There we go. Okay. So, how much propellant is there? Just says liquid propellant. Come on. There's a PDF. Let's see what the PDF says. PDF says PDF doesn't tell me how much thrust there is. Okay. Right. Okay, so while I'm gonna sit there and say, hey guys in the chat that are watching, can you guys, okay, can someone find me the amount of fuel tons I need that number. Yeah, so the boosters are fixed, but I have to rework the boosters to make them proper size because I made a little bit of a boo-boo when I designed the bottom of the engine. But for right now, they work, so I'm leaving them. If we have some time later, I will fix them up a little bit better. Right now, I need to figure out the ICPS, how much fuel is in them, because all I'm getting is the weight of the whole ICPS system, and what I actually need to figure out is the dry percentage, how much of that is actually mass. So while hopefully somebody in the chat goes and hunts that down for me, I'm going to actually make this look pretty. Because that's what matters. Making it look pretty. All right. Go to our reference photo here. And here's our new ICPS photo. We're going to find our SLS Artemis. And we're going to drop the pretty photo in. There we go. And 2 seconds it'll pop up. There we go. And again, using the same trick, we're just going to resize it to meet. I don't know how accurate this is, but it theoretically has scaling on it. So okay. We're going to bring it down so that it's at the very top, like that. And then we're going to bring it over here. There we go. And that's theoretically what it should look like with the engine tapped onto the bottom. Okay, so this is the fuel tank. So we're going to make the fuel tank go to about right here. And we're going to bring the fuel tank down to about right there. There we go. And we're going to add in the segment here at the top, like so. And a bit smaller, say about right there. There we go. Generate the mesh. Okay. And then here at the bottom, we have this whole segment at the bottom as well. So let's just do that. It's going to go to about right there. Again. Oops. Generate mesh. And I think that looks pretty darn good. All right. Now there's a smaller one at the bottom here that we need to make, but we're just going to take this and yeah, that's the drawing. Okay. Okay. So we're going to duplicate this like so. We're going to call this the bottom segment. And the bottom segment, we're going to strip out the actual resource module because we don't need it twice. Remove that component. There we go. So we don't want the plate, but we're going to then move it down here. And we're going to go 5, 0.5. Where is it? Oh, it's moved. Yeah. And we're just going to move it over here for a second. 0.5 might have been a bit too much. Six, 0.6. All right. No, it's probably 0.7. Oh, well. Yeah. We go 0.7. And all we're just trying to do is make sure it's, no, 7's, 0.65, come on. Okay, 0.65. We're going with 0.65 because that's close enough for what we're doing. Okay, go 0, and then we're going to go here and bring it down to about right there. I want this top line on line. So 5, there we go. And then the bottom segment's there, okay. And good. Okay. And I said before 0 and 10, so I have to figure out where 0 is again. Shoot. That's why I don't like doing that way. Okay. Cool. So prime 252 says the kilogram is 32 kilograms, 32 tons, and dry is 3,400. Okay. So let's go and fix that up. So in our fuel said 32 and there. So we have to just do quick little math here with the calculator. 349.0 divided by 32022 gives us 10.09. Okay, so 0.1209. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Prime 252, for looking that up for us so we could get that done. All right, so these engine parts are there. I need to add another. I'm going to use the bottom segment here, duplicate it, and I'm going to 0 it out. And I'm going to strip out all of these numbers because I only need 2 of them right now. There we go. And we're going to move it up to the top here. And we're going to make this little top segment. And we're going to make it based up to 2 to generate the mesh so it pops up on top. Perfect. And we're going to make it there. We're going to say 2. I don't know if it is 2, but it's going to be 2 now. Too wide, too wide. There we go. Generate mesh. And then we're going to add the top segment in here. Just going to top the touch. There we go. And generate segment. So there we go. Super. Oh, trusses. Those are always fun to make and take no time whatsoever. All right, but we're going to go here and do this. Okay. So we got a USA flag on here and some other stuff. So texture is going to get advanced and it's going to give me some errors until I get this done. White. Oh, shoot. Fun. So it's white at the top and we said flat, smooth. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to duplicate that element because it's the top and the bottom. And then we're going to have another element in the middle, duplicate element here. And this is going to be the American flag, if I can find it. USA 1? Does it say like USA flag or something? I think that's it there. Okay. So, starting at one end. There we go. And it's a tiny flag. It's not big. Shoot. How upset are people if the flag's not big? How upset will people be? I don't think I have another flag. Yeah, these are all other USA things. All right. I'm not overly upset about that. Yeah, I think that's good for now. Okay, and then we're going to add 2 lines on there. So advanced. And we're going to pick white. And then we're going to go, what do we need here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So we go white, black, white. Okay. White again. There. Yep. It's pretty good. And I just noticed this actually drops down here. It's not flat. Okay. Easiest thing to do. Is that. Okay. Joint mesh. Okay. And we'll do the same thing on this side. Generate mesh. There we go. Okay. Way more detail than we need. All right. So the next update should be 1.6 in Space Flight Simulator. I'm assuming it's going to add astronaut and career mode. It's going to add some stuff that you can do on different planets. I think we kind of have hints on that. And then that's about, I think, it. I don't know how much stuff is going to add into it. So then here we're going to do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is going to be black. It's going to be black. All right. So all right, and then this here, the center, it's showing me more of a silver color than white, so we're going to go here, texture model, advanced, and we're going to add 3, and the first one's going to be white, like so. Next one here is going to be white, like so. This is the shape. So edges. Smooth. Okay. Smooth. And the color here is going to be metal 4. And this is going to be white. And this is going to be edges smooth again. Okay. And then we just have to figure out where this part goes. Okay. Okay, so the engine's going to attach here at the very bottom of this, so we need to make sure that's flat on the number point. Okay. Actually have to make sure it's actually flat. So we're going to actually add a here. I'm going to call this bottom surface. There we go. 0, 0, 0, add a thing. It's going to be surface. Custom surface. There we go. And we're going to say here it is 1. No, what we say? The engine was 2 wide, right? So 1, 1, or 0, -1, 0. Let's see where that looks. Where are we here? That's 0 there. So we actually have to bring it up. Okay, so 5? No. 4, 3, 3. Okay. And that's going to have attachment surfaces and everything, so that can attach there. This guy is not going to have attachment surfaces. He's going to have build collider, physical collider, that's fine. This guy here at the top, he's not going to have attachment surfaces either. I don't want people sticking things on the side of the rocket. And this guy's going to have it at the top. Okay, cool. So our module here is actually going to be 3 for that. Am I making this too small now? I don't think so. Because if I take the Eagle engine and I put it here, what's it going to actually look like? 3, and we'll put 0. Okay. So that looks decently good, I guess. Yeah. And then the engine will expand out. But the engine isn't there, is it? No, it's down. 3.5? No. 2.5. Yeah, I think it's 2.5, guys. And then I'll have a little space for whatever the heck this weird ball thing is. What do you guys think about that? Yeah, just I did you one better. All right, so right now we got the rocket looking like this. I've added the engine in just so we can kind of see what it looks like. There's a lot of plumbing in this engine that we have to sort of figure out. So, okay, so I think that's what's going to end up being. And then if this guy here is fully extended, which I think I can do here, let's have a look. Bottom nozzle 1, apply animation. It's a bit too long. Shoot. Okay. So how high does this engine have to go? 2. No, we're gonna go up. 3.5. So the engine thinks it's going to be there. Huh. Yeah, we've messed up somewhere. I don't know where. I like that. So I'm going to say that's where it says 2.5. 2.5, okay. And then we're just going to add our little ball things and everything there. We'll maybe look at it if we have time later to make it a little bit better. Oh, I don't want to put it in the eagle. No, it's out here. Okay, this is the bottom, I'm going to call it the raft. And we're going to add it. Pipe. Custom pipe. 0, 0, 0. And add a pipe mesh. There we go. And this is just going to go right here. And this is going to go right here. And it's going to extend out to about right there. And to about right there. And then let's say about right there. Okay. And pipe data is the to get rid of that. So that's going bye-bye. There we go. Bottom surface is now 2.5. 2.5. Okay. Bottom raft. Pipe data. Bottom raft. Color is going to be metal 4. I think that's what we're going to go with. And the shape texture is going to be edge smooth. Okay, there we go. And that's going to be our raft there. This thing here, it's supposed to come all the way down to the raft. So we're just going to make that a little bit bigger ball. There we go. And it's going to move everything. Great. Okay. Okay. So now we have to add this mesh thing. So bottom truss. And we're actually going to just see if it's going to work. Truss. I actually do have these truss things. Mesh. And we're going to actually make these truss here much darker. There we go. And we're going to say 1 for height. Apparently we're going to go more than that, 2. And that's going to hide that. Well, that's not great. I don't think it actually hides it in the game. So we're going to go bottom truss. We're going to make the top truss. Then we'll see. I can make better trusses because I've done that before, but they take a lot of time and math. Mostly math. And we don't really have time for that today. So we're going with these less nice trusses, and what I'll do is I'll probably update the pack with nice truss later. But for right now, that's what they look like. And yeah, they should show through a transparent. I think we'll see if you can do this. And then we need to make 2 little ball things at the bottom, and I think we're good. All right. So we're just going to create new, and that's going to be, I don't know, or say left. I don't know what these things are, but we're just going to call them ball. Somebody can find out what the actual terminology it is, that'd be great, but I don't think we need it for this because it's not actually a named item. And then we're going to go custom pipe, and then we're going to go pipe mesh because we've done this so many times now. And we're going to go left ball. Go. Color is going to be metal 4 again. All right, these are probably what. Let's go regular metal. And then the shape is going to be, let's say flat, but flat, smooth 4. And then, yeah. So we're going to move this up to where it needs to go, which is right here. And apparently they are angled slightly. So we're going to go right here, like so. There we go. And then we're going to create some textures in the middle here. Oh, it's going to, you know what? Let's not do this that way. Let's do it the right way. We're going to make the ball first, and then we're going to rotate it. That way it's a lot easier to do things. And is it a ball or is it's more of a cylinder? Okay. So we'll do that. 3, 3, okay. Yeah, I think that's probably good enough. Generate mesh. And it's going to be 1. Um, 3. Oh shoot. Yeah, I'll bucket that up. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. All right. And that's 0, 0 0.1, 0 0.2, 0 0.4, 0 0.5, 0 0.6. All right. Joint mesh. Okay, now I can move it around without it going cuckoo crazy on me. I'm going to move that all the way to the front there. Okay. And then we're going to go here. Let's go to the right ball. And to make changes to it, we just go here. And we go negative. This goes negative. Nope. Why negative? No. Oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Come on. Get through it. Hopefully it doesn't crash. All right, so sub 2 is gone. Bye-bye. We're not having people asking for subs. Sorry. That's not cool, and it's against the YouTube, whatever YouTube's agreement or comments is or whatever. So, I think we've accidentally crashed. Okay, that happens sometimes, especially with core mesh. So, we're just going to close that and reopen it and then fix it. All right. And then we're going to go back here and figure out where we were. We were ICPS. Nope, this is the picture. Shoot. There. We were here. And we were trying to fix this so it wasn't doing weird stuff. Okay. And it's negative 45. Okay, there we go. And if we just tack in the engine for a second to make sure it all fits together. Where is the engine? And we actually get rid of this giant picture now. There we go. Okay, so that's what we have for the ICPS. And where is the Eagle engine? There it is. And it'll sit right there. More or less. 2.5 and 0. So that does mean the balls can't be impacting because they will cause problems. That's okay. We can remove the build collider on them. And we should probably remove the physical collider. No, because the engine doesn't pop off, so we're good. Okay, cool. So that actually was probably one of the fastest pieces I did. How fast did it take me to do that? Did anyone time that one? Whew. Okay, so we're going to keep moving up the rocket, but as always, it's very important that we test things as we go, because if we run into a problem, we'd rather fix it now than have to play where is the problem later, and try to remember what we actually did. So we're going to build our pack again. Go. So somebody's asking on the forum how to become a mod. I'm not sure if you mean how to create mods or how to become a moderator in the chat. So how to create mods, if you go to the official Spaceflight Simulator forum and you go to the mod forum, all the instructions are in the pinned messages. I do have a couple videos to show you how to do that on my channel already if you want to sort of check that out. If you want to know how to become a moderator in the chat, there are people I've had discussions with before that we know, and I can sit there and say I'm pretty confident they're not going to mess stuff up. So that's how that sort of happened. And basically, you'd have to join my Discord and be around for a while, and me to sit there and say, I think this person is probably trustworthy. And I hope that they don't try to ban each other. Yeah, I think I did in less than an hour, which actually was pretty good. Like, I know it's not the best Truss system, but I know making that other Truss system takes a long, long time. And we don't have that time today. And it's something I can do later because I'm actually making a Truss system for the N1, so I'll probably steal that and put it into here because it's not that hard. But for right now, yeah, that Truss system, because you have to manually put it in, can easily take a while. So I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but it's Kavitha. I have an engine pack out that has, I think, 5 or 6 engines in it. I know I'm adding another, I think, 3 or 4 engines to it, and then the 2 engines from this will add it, so it'll be about 8 to 10 engines, probably by the end of the weekend. We'll see. I always want to make sure when I release things that there's no funny glitches or stuff like that, because if there's glitches, then people will send me messages saying, oh no, this doesn't work, and all this other problems. And let's see if I made that mistake again. I did. I forgot to add it into this pack. How do I keep doing that every single time? All right. So we have to add a variant, and we have to add in that it's actually put into that category. I've made this mistake on every single part in this build. Insane. All right. Okay, so we're just gonna build this out and then we'll see how it goes. I am concerned that that says 0, but we will fix it in a second if we need to. And just a quick reminder that I do have the Discord. I know some people are asking for help on modding and some other stuff. If it's not specific to this stream, then the best thing to do would be to go into my Discord forum and ask there, because right now I'm trying to get this done before the launch today, so I don't have a lot of time to start answering questions to the same level. And Mr. P. Clover, yeah, I've made a couple vacuum engines. Again, my engine pack has that, which you can find in some of the videos, or if you go to the Discord forum, it's in the released section. So we're going to probably go here, and with any luck, there we go. So we're just going to move that to the top because we still need it to control the spacecraft. And, oh, I know why. I was like, that doesn't fit. That should go like that. So, okay, so not the end of the world, but I need to make this truss system slightly smaller because I need to fit this onto there. Okay, so that's not bad. And then, yeah, the engine, hang on. So this is going to go, no, that's the engine. We'll worry about that in a second. This has got to go down how far? 0.2, okay. There we go. So that's what it's going to look like in the segment here. And this part here should pop up in the game. And, oh, this has all been because I moved it, right? Okay, there we go. So if I, yeah, I can do engine on, I guess, or something. Well, we'll see. Okay, so I said I dropped this by 0.2, right? Okay. 0.2. Okay, so I need to move that in the editor by 0.2. But I think there's also something else I have to put in here. Hmm. I don't know how I ended up with 2 build settings. That's weird. Okay. Give me 2 seconds to think on here. Yeah, so 0.2, and then that section has to come in a bit. Okay. So we will go to our SLS construct here. We will add the ICP in here, and this is where we're going to see that error come in. Zero, and we're say 62.5. So it's 62.3 is what we said, right? 62.4. Okay, so that has to be on a line here. All right, so that's what we got to fix. Oh, we almost had this done in an hour. All right, so this truss system cannot be that wide. It has to be narrow so we have space. Let's go there. Okay, and then this piece here. Okay, so we're gonna create we said this is the bottom surface here. So this is what we want to attach to it. So we're gonna move this around. We're gonna call it mid surface. Okay, it's gonna be the middle surface. And this is just an attachment point to basically make sure I line this up right. All right, so we're gonna say 5, 7, 6.5. All right, 6.5. So I think that's where the bottom needs to be, right there. Drag this all the way out to negative 2.5. Okay. Okay, so that's where I think it needs to be. So we need to bring this tank down here, down to that level. And we're going to generate mesh. And we're going to go look here. And we're going to go fuel tank. Okay. So if we generate the mesh now, why is it giving me an angle instead of the actual? There we go. That's weird. What if I do that? All right, that just makes it go like that. That's not what I wanted. Okay. So I need it to be a little flatter there. So I'm not sure why that's doing that, but the best solution to fixing that quickly is to pick the bottom raft, right? Yep. And duplicate it and call this the middle raft because we're coming up with so many creative names here. It's amazing. And we're going to say this is white. There we go. And we're going to go here, and we said it was, surface was what? 6.5? Okay, so 6.5 by 2.55 by 2.55, 6, let's say 7. Okay. There we go. And we're going to make it all the way out, because it's actually 5.1. We're dealing with the whole size. Okay. And then we're going to generate that mesh. We're going to drop it in the base depth to -2. And we're just going to go like that. And then, Huh. As odd as that looks, that does look odd. I'm really trying to figure out why it's angled like that. Huh. Alright. Well, for now, we're just going to do that. I think somebody complains about that. We'll be like, meh, not the end of the world. So we're going to hide it by doing this. 5.1. Generate. There we go. No one's going to notice anything. Except for you guys. So, there we go. Alright, so that gives us there. I think for all intents and purposes, that should be good to go now. Let's check it with the SLS construct. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I don't know why it says the inner stage adapter is higher, but let's look at some of our photos here and see what we got. No. Reference images. All right, so we're moving up the rocket to the Orion segment now. We'll be getting to that in a second. As soon as I find the, I think it was the CubeSat picture. Where is it? I don't remember where it is. Because it's saying this, and then we have these spacecraft stage adapters and stuff. But, yeah. Because we have the Orion stage adapter, which has all the CubeSats in it. But for right now, we're just going to do the Orion stage. Did I put it on here? There it is. Okay. So it shows a whole bunch of things. But it shows that we have like, this whole thing is like inside of something. So I'm not sure if I like that much. It shows it hidden. And then we have the Orion stage adapter and then the spacecraft adapter. I don't know why there's 2 adapters there and what they're supposed to do. Okay. I guess we're putting those in somehow. Yeah, because it's got this, and it's showing me this for the top part. But when I look at the rocket, oh, I guess, yeah, there's the spacecraft. So, okay, let's do that. So we got to build this ring, and then we're going to build this weird tube thing, and then build this Orion spacecraft. All right. That I think we can do without too much difficulty. Yeah, so this is the ring here, and it's got this little X pattern on it. It's not that hard. And talking about the secondary payloads here. Everyone's super happy. And then there's other information here. Okay, so this is what we're making next is the Orion stage adapter. It weighs 0.8 tons. It's got all the specs, so we just have to make one basic object for that. And apparently that includes the top dome, which we really didn't need to make, but okay. Great. So that's going to be 3 pieces. And we're going to find our thing here. There we go. Now I'm going to use the LVSA separator, and I'm going to call this one here. This is the OSA, Orion stage separator. I know it looks like this. We're going to change it in a second. but I just need the side pieces and everything else. So call this the Orion stage separator, and this is all right. So we know the mass is only 0.8 tons because we found that out. What else is in the document? Its height is 1.5, so that's 0.75, half of that height. And we're going to go here to the front, and we're going to put it in as the pieces. I'm just going to move this document off screen so I can do this. Yeah, it totally is rotated 45-degree angle. Don't tell me that. No, I'm ignoring that. I'm not rotating things 45-degree angles at this point. All right, so the width, the diameter is 5.5 meters. How is it wider? Oh, geez. What? How is it wider? Shoot. Okay. So it says it's 5.5 instead of 5.1. We'll have to figure that out. That's going to be annoying if I have to play around with it. And its height is 1.5, so 1.5. All right. It's going to be white because it's white. That makes it easy. And we're going to just call it white. Go. And we're going to generate the mesh. We're going to copy this, and in the back, we're just going to paste the same thing. Paste. And generate mesh. Cool. All right, so the sides are going to be moved because they need to fit with the rocket here. But 0.1, and the position is going to be, I said 5.5, so that's negative 2.25, negative 2.25, 5, and the height again is going to be 0 and 1.5. Generate that mesh. Am I anywhere close? Nope, I am not. Why am I off? Oh no, it's 1.75. No? Is there? Yeah, that's why. 1, 1, 0, 0. Okay. So that's 2.75. There we go. Negative 2.75. And then I need to subtract 5 for the edge. Okay. There we go. Generate mesh. Okay, so I get rid of side 3, side 2, side 2. Okay. Side. So, okay. I'm going to go duplicate that one. And we're going to make it positive here. So delete. Delete. There we go. And those are the interior ones. And then again, we're just going to duplicate them on the front. Duplicate here. And they're now going to be set to exterior. But we'll never see them. They're just there for impact and contact and everything else. Okay. So that's the segment there. And then we need to make one more segment here. We're going to grab the front, duplicate that. We're going to move everything from it. There we go. And this is going to be the square, because there's a square in it. I don't know why. And we're going to make that. So it's 1.5. So it's going to be and that's going to be 1, 1. Does that look like a square? That kind of looks like a square. Yeah, okay. pattern, bars, bands, cone half. I think it's half. And we're going to then set it here to base depth 15. Nope, that is the wrong one. There we go. Cool. And then it's going to actually just be flat. Like so. All right, so I think that piece is that. I suspect it has a detach point on it. So we're going to add a top surface. Because I know it's not going to detach from the Orion capsule, right? It better not attach from the Orion capsule. And we're just going to go custom surface. And we're going to go here. 0. No. What do we say? Negative 2.5. No. 5.5, so 2.75. 5. Negative, sorry, 2.75, 1.5, and we will click here and here, and there we go. And then this top surface, we're going to add a detach module, and we're going to say it's going to be the top surface, like so. Go 0, we're going to go 20. I'm hoping this is the right thing we're doing, and we're good. Okay, and then out here on click, we have, it says front detach. We're going to change that to the top surface detach. Okay, and on the front side, we're going to remove its attachment because we don't need it. Best not to have components in there that we don't want. Okay. Whew. All right, so that should work. So we're going to go back to our construct here, and we're going to grab the OSA, and we're going to put it here on top of the Orion part, right? 0 here. Oh, we're going to move it over here. So this is a bit wider, and I'm wondering why, because I'm thinking it should be the same as Orion, but they do specifically say that it is 71. No, 72. No, it has the made up with this bottom part here, so we'll figure it out. 71.5. Great. Okay, so that means that the ICPS here. No, it's leveled, right? This top part here should be down a bit. No. 3, 5, 5, no. Don't mind me, I'm just 4, 3, 9. It doesn't really matter that much, but okay. We'll say 5. Okay. So this line down here. So we'll make another empty. We're going to call this the top surface. And yeah, doing it this way is a little bit easier to figure out stuff. Oops, no. Remove that component. Custom surface. There we go. So we're going to go negative 2.55. I think this is 9. 2.559. And where is that line? That line is way too high. All right, 0. 0. No, it is right. Okay, so the other attachment point has to be there. Okay, so module, it's not at 9, it's 10, it's at 9. Okay, which means this top part here, attachment surfaces, turn that off. Okay. All right, so if we go back to the OSA, that should be there, which means that if we go to the reference here, oh shoot, that's not what I want to do. Because that should be 71.5. Oh, I know why, because this was moved. 1 second. Yeah. 5. It's got the little piece on the bottom there that holds it. Okay. That's there. Now, why is this wider? That's the question we have right now. Shoot. It says it's supposed to be wider, but I don't know why. Because it says here that this is 5.5 diameter, but this segment that it's sitting on top of says it's 5.1. And this segment here says it's 5 meters at the top. Why do these not agree with each other? Huh. Why would these not agree with each other? Well, I'm going to make this 5.1. I'm sure somebody's going to get upset at me for that, but yeah. Or do I make this 5.5? No, I made the other two parts 5.1. So let's make this 5.1. If somebody gets upset, be like, well, that's what the document kind of messed up, and we'll figure it out later. Because it's the easiest part to switch, right? It's to go here and go 5.1, 5.1, 2.5, 2.5, generate the mesh. Yep, generate meshes as I go here. The front here is 5.1, 5.1, generate the mesh. Okay. And this here is 0.5, 5, and 2.5. Generate the mesh. How's that look? That looks good. Okay, so that's also 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, and this one here is probably negative to the other side. Okay. There we go. One of them's not been meshed. Okay. So now if we go back to our construct, it lines up. And I don't know if that's right or wrong, but that's what it currently is. Let's see here. Don't keep doing that. All right. Yeah, okay, so we have that. And then it, oh, you know what? No, it shows it like that. So what the heck is this piece? Because this is the, it's saying this is the interim cryogenic propulsion system, and it's not. This diagram is wrong. Why is this diagram wrong? Why is everything in this thing wrong? It always is. Okay. So I made that, that part here is done, and then we have the NASA part sitting on top, which has this weird crew thing and the actual Orion vessel inside. Okay, so the NASA thing is just a fairing, right? So I just have to take a fairing and make it the right size. There's almost no point in making that, but okay. So we'll have to figure that out. Yeah, so the wrenches mean that they are the mods for the chat for this chat. So they're just helping out clean out anybody who's posting a bunch of garbage, because I had a couple people earlier in the stream just posting some very political stuff. And then we kind of told them no, and then they didn't listen, so they're gone. They're probably maybe still watching, but they're not in the chat anymore because I can't have people fighting in the chat. I don't want people angry. It's not the point of this thing. Okay, so let's see what that actually looks like in the game, because I think we're doing pretty good here at this point. We're making some good progress. So the OSA we got to add there. We got to add the variant. Let's not forget. Oh no, I did add it this time. Okay, cool. So it's 0.8 mass. It's there. You click it once, it ejects whatever's sitting on the top surface. Right here, attach. Okay. And there's no variables or anything like that, so we're good. Okay. On the OSA, I just want to double check. Okay, cool. So we're gonna build it, and again, we're making our way up the rocket today. I have no idea what time it is, and how much more time I have left to finish this rocket, but I worry if I look at the clock, I'm going to be upset. If you are joining us midway through here or something like this, then yeah, definitely give the video a like. If you have any questions, feel free to ask questions. Feel free to jump in the chat. We're not evil people in the chat. We want to keep it apolitical, and we don't want people getting upset about different things. And if you do have questions about how to do mods, or you want to learn more about the mods I'm making, I do have a link in my channel to my Discord where we'll answer those questions. But right now we're trying to get this done before launch, so not being as super friendly to the chat as I normally would be. And how did I make, oh, I put an E. Okay. Whoopsies. There we go. Okay. And we're going to try this again. Again, we're building the rocket up piece by piece. So there you go. And continue build. So we're going to Artemis. And it's this piece right here. Fits on top like so. Why is it? All right, 2 seconds here. So it's supposed to fit on there. It's not. Because then this will fit on top of it at 1.5, which this isn't even working. Okay. Basics. Okay. So we need to raise this by how much? Oh, this isn't even in the right spot. Okay, there. No, that works. Okay. How's that look exterior-wise? Yeah. So I'm going to need to drop that down, otherwise it looks weird. Okay. But that's there. So if we launch this rocket, other than it looks kind of a bit funky at the top here, which I have to fix, and that, yeah, that doesn't do what I want. Okay. We might be doing some truss changes here. That's not a good sign. Oops. Okay. What happened? Something exploded. Something is not sitting on each other very nicely. Oops, don't want to hit that. So we're going to get rid of the boosters. And then we're going to eject this core, like so. All right. We don't have the engine. That's the core hitting the ground, shaking everything. Can I eject? And then that ejects that way. Okay. So some problems, but nothing too bad. But yeah, the engine fell off. Why? Oh, I know why the engine fell off. Hang on, we just jump back to Spaceflight Simulator to make sure, double check. This is not foreshadowing. Nothing. This is. We'll have it working. Yeah, when I moved the rocket, I didn't move the bottom stage onto the bottom, so that's why it exploded, because the engine was just sitting in the bottom compartment. Okay, so if we launch now, we'll be much better. Okay, yeah, you need to attach the engine to the bottom of the spacecraft. So those still have a bit of issue because they're not bouncing away the same way I would want them to, but okay. Press this. Okay, good. We got the Orion spacecraft going. That goes open like that. And the engine just exploded. Yeah, that just happened. Okay. So we're going to revert to build. Something is wrong. So this has that. Ah, there it is. So that's wrong. This is the massive 0. Yeah, whenever the game does that, it means an item has a massive 0. And then this has this needs a separation force. Okay. And that's there. Okay, so we need to make the Orion separator needs a separation force, and the Orion capsule can't be 0 tons. Because whenever you try to do something that's 0 tons, the game's like, I don't know what to do, divide by 0, gone. All right. So here, we're going to go top surface. Oh, that's because the multiplier 1. Okay, cool, done. That's a quick fix on that. Now we're going to go to the intermediate stage thing. Where is it? There we go. Why is this 0? This should not be 0. It is 0. Okay, that's not good. Okay, so I think I wrote down the values. I hope I wrote down the values. Did I write down the values? Probably didn't. Did I? Apollo, no, SLS. All right. That's the height. Shoot. Great. Okay, so we just have to find out the fuel mass again, which at some point somebody actually posted that. Shoot. Yeah, Prime 252. I think you had the number for that. If you could just figure that out for 2 seconds, that'd be great. I'm going to get the wet mass and everything back from the document. Where is it here? All right. So we said it was 32 tons. 32 tons. Fuel percent is 1. The dry mass percentage, my brain says it was like 7% or something is what you ended up giving me a number. I'm trying to scroll back up here to find it, but you said 3,490. Okay, so we said it's 32,000. Oh, sorry, clear. It's 3,490 divided by 3,200 gives us, yeah, 10.9. So 0.109. Okay, there we go. So that's going to hopefully fix that problem there. 1. Okay, build mod. Cancel that. All right, so that's why. Yeah, because if things go 0, you apply force to a 0 object, and it just goes kaboom, and it's frustrated. So there we go. Yep. Thank you again, Prime. Oh, is it? Yeah, 32.06. Yeah, that's fine. Close enough. Okay. So we're gonna go back here. Still have this stupid E problem. Okay. Okay. Paste the file there. I'm just gonna add that E back in there very quickly so we don't run into it again. All right. Yeah. So we'll go back in here and we'll double check everything this time, just make sure. But yeah, there's a right way of doing it. Then there's we're trying to do it the speed run way, which is we assume it works until it explodes in our face. The cryogenic propulsion system should not be 0. Why is it still 0? Let's delete it and go to Artemis. There we go. And bring out a new one with the proper mass. Okay. This has right ton force. We're just going to delete that for a second, and we're going to bring out another one just to make sure it's working. There we go. Cool. Now we're going to launch these and see if we're good. All right. And not hit another rocket as it comes down on our heads. All right. For all intents and purposes, there we go. We're going to turn off 25x. We're going to press this button here. It's going to shake the whole rocket, but it is going to eject out the core. We're just going to speed it up. So I think I need to give it a bit more of a kick. I'm not sure why. This is going to extend out like so. And away we go. And it's going to blow up the rocket behind it because it's such a long stream. But that's okay. So that works. We're good there. And then if I press this, it launches whatever's on top, and that's going to be the next section here. Okay, so I think we're good. Switch to this. Now this here actually needs control in this top part here because this will then launch all the CubeSats. So let's give it control, and then we'll worry about CubeSats later because we'll be putting little CubeSats in here. But for now, we're just going to add a component, and it's called control module, and we're going to say has control, yes, and we're going to go like this. Perfect. All right, and eventually we will build up this to actually launch CubeSats, but only if we have time. Yeah, the booster is still, it's not as green as it was before. It was really green before. I still have to go back and fix it, but we're going to fix things and make them look pretty and correct that once we're finished the whole thing. Because at least I want something that can launch today. If I have to go back and make things look a little bit prettier afterwards, we'll do that at that point. Yeah, the SRB flame is the wrong color. So, okay, so we've got that. The next step on our rocket journey is this fairing here and this cone here. And then we have the actual Orion spacecraft here with the solar panels and everything. So that's what we have to do next. And then we have this top part, but we'll get to it. Okay, so the ring. Okay, so I don't know why there's like a dozen things here, but there is. Okay, so in order to make this as, again, fast as possible, we're going to take the OSA, we're going to double it. What did we actually call it? It doesn't have a name. That's the wrong picture. Okay, hang on. We're going to grab the right picture. Well, it's the right picture, but we want this picture here. There we go. Come on over to the other screen. Okay, so they call it the spacecraft adapter. Okay. Such a clever name. All right. Adapter. Okay, and the spacecraft adapter, if we pull up our design document, it better be in there. It says Orion stage, and it's got the moon astronauts. Okay, cool. That's great. That's an overview. Burning, come on. Uh-oh. Do I not have specs for the Orion spacecraft section? Are you kidding me? No, this is only on the Space Launch System. Yeah, so these are all the CubeSats that it's launching. So, okay. Huh. Okay, so I have no idea how much the, no, it's, yeah. Okay, yeah, these are all these ring domes, etc. What I want to know is how much does that piece weigh? Huh, that's cool. Okay. Aft skirt. This is, oh, this is the structure of the booster. Okay. Booster, integrated elements. Okay, so there's that. Cryogenic propulsion system, which we know about. Launch vehicle adapter, which we built. The Orion stage adapter. And it doesn't tell me anything about the actual spacecraft. Cool. Although the avionics are apparently in the ICPS, but whatever, okay. Huh. Okay, so I have no idea what that top section is supposed to look like. Oops. Oh no, it says Orion stage adapter. No, it just tells me that. It doesn't tell me the thing. So it has all the CubeSats. But okay. So I have nothing on the actual Orion spacecraft. This is all SLS. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay, so we're gonna work on this as we go because there and what does it look like? It's just a ring. I think it's just a white ring that sort of sits there. Okay. So we'll just make it a ring. Cool. Howdy, ED. It's going all good. So I am going to need some Orion information on the spacecraft because right now I don't have anything. I do know there needs to be a fairing on it, so I'm gonna grab some fairing code, and I have this ring. I know it doesn't look like a ring yet, but we'll make it look like a ring in 2 seconds. Because I actually need to know the width of the Orion spacecraft. Ooh, okay. There's embarrassing, and then there's embarrassing. Okay. All right. Let's see what Wikipedia says. How wide is the size of the thing? So it says the diameter is 5 meters. All right. And it says it's 3 meters long. And it's got things. So we're going to say 5 meters. And then it's got like a whole bunch of stuff here. Oh, there's a 3D model. All right. Does this 3D model have? Oh, it does. Okay, cool. So with this crazy spit, why is it? Come on. Don't do that on me. Come on. Okay, so it has a really interesting way of setting up the RCS systems, but yeah, so if this is 5 meters here, we'll say the inside is 4 meters, and it has a bunch of engines. Oh no, no, please tell me it doesn't have engines. No, not more engines. All right, so we're gonna say it's a 4 meters, for lack of anything else. There we go. Oops. So 5.1. So we're going to say 5 to 4. I have a reason for this. Generate the mesh. We're going to hide the back part for right now. Toggle that. And that is going to be 2.5. Actually, it could be 4.5, I think now. 2. 1.9. Okay. Generate mesh. And this one here is going to be the exact opposite. So we're just going to copy that one, delete this one, and we're just going to go negative, negative. Okay. All right, and then generate mesh. Okay, so, and there's no square on this one. The stop surface is now only going to be -2 by 2. And we don't need the square anymore because this is actually going to be on the inside, so its height's only going to be 1. Generate mesh like that. Okay. So yeah, more engines. Yeah, I know. I have to make more engines and then an RCS system. Oh my god. We only have a few hours left, boys and girls. Okay, so I'm gonna think that's the adapter. Shoot. Yeah. So I need information on the actual Orion spacecraft. I do not have. I need a diagram because that's what it looks like. The engine, I'm not too worried about. The RCS system, we can just slap RCS on there, and we can slap. I know they're flat like this, but we're actually going to rotate them 90 degrees because otherwise they just look very flat in the game, and I have another one there, so we can do that. Wiki, all your wiki needs, eh? So this is what opened up. So this is what we have, Orion spacecraft, for all my wiki needs, eh? Oh, good, we have a launch mass. Total with the LA, what? Crew module, what is the ESA? Emergency Escape System? I don't know. Oh, here, crew module, European Service Module. So what's the crew module? Oh, the European Service Module, the thing at the bottom, and then the launch abort system. Okay, cool. All right, and it's got 3 giant parachutes. Yeah, okay. And it's got that little diagram then. Okay, so not the end of the world, but do we have the engine? For the engine and how much fuel it has? Dry mass. Okay. So it doesn't have a lot of fuel in it from the difference there. Okay. So we're making the European service module first, and then we'll make the crew module, which will also have a heat shield. All right, so the European service module, what is the diameter of the European service module? Yeah, it's saying 5. So I said 4 because we want to make it a little narrower. Okay. What's the height? The length is 3 meters. I don't think it's 3 meters. Because it's saying the height. Hang on. Because it's saying the height is 3. It's saying it's 5 meters wide and 3 meters tall. Does that look like... I think that's just for the European part. Because this part here is an extra thing. So, yeah. So we're going to say 5 wide and 3 meters tall. Excluding the engine which sits in there. All right. Or was it including the engine? Ooh, okay. Yeah, that might work. Let's see. because that they're saying it's here 198 inches wide, and then it's saying here 130 inches. So if we go back to Excel, 1 second. Just doing some quick math here in Excel. Pull this up here to show you guys. So I have my little calculator here. So we're saying it's 191 inches. That's 5 meters. That's just shy of 5 meters. And then if we're saying it's here, copy. We're saying here it's 130. That's our 3 meters. So when it's talking about that, it's talking about the size of the capsule, not the size of the whole thing. So I need to know what the European Space Service Module size is. So that's what we need to figure out. Because, yeah, spacecraft adapter is fine. And then there's the service module. So we need to figure out what the service module is. So European Space Module, does it say here? Automated transfer vehicle. Okay, so what is it called? Let's see if we can find the specs for that. Oh, they were probably right there. It says, yeah, excluding the solar panels, it says 4.1 meters. Okay, but I need the height. I knew it was going to be like 4 meters. 1.2 diameter housing, so we can do that. 14 meters is fine. I want the height. Just give me the height. It's 4 meters long. Orbital maneuvering engine extends. So we need the orbital moving system. All right, we're gonna figure this out, everybody. Let's see if we can pull it up. European Space, what we call it, service module. Badly typed, but whatever. Service modules navigate south. Total of 33 engines of 3 types provide thrust. What? No, I'm not modeling 33 engines. Oh my god. Oh, a single AJ-10 engine provides the spacecraft primary propulsion, while 8 and 6 pods reactionary control system. Okay, so we're gonna have to figure this one out. Oh, man, that's insane. Well, okay. So the single orbiting engine provides 24 kilonewtons, 25.7 kilonewtons of thrust. Okay, so we're just going to ignore the smaller engines because I'm going to throw those in as the reactionary control system, because at 8 engines at 490, what is that? Clear. Oh, clear. Okay. 0.490 times 8. That's only 4.5 kilonewtons. Oh, probably big enough to make a difference. So we're just going to add it to the actual engine thing here. Well, those are fixed engines, right? Okay, we're gonna make the big engine. We might put the other engine in. Oh my god, it's like, and by the way, this thing has 33 engines. What? That's a lot of engines. But 25.7, okay. Let's go back to our thing here, and we're going to go back to our calculator, fuel constants. Okay, so I'm gonna call it ESA service and thing, SM engine. So orbital maneuver system, we're just gonna call it the OWL engine. There we go. That's how we do it. I don't know how heavy it is. I don't care. I'm just gonna figure that one out. It does how much thrust? 25.7. Okay, so no, I want this one. Divided by C8. Oh, it's gonna do it. C7. No, that doesn't make sense. 1 second here, guys. Yeah. C6. Thank you. All right, so 2.6 thrust. Its ISP, I think somebody said, was 300, and the AJ10. Is it called the AJ10? Well, we're just gonna take it. Would you say 319? That's equal to 319 divided by 1.5, correcting in the game. 202. And it's going to come up with a crazy number because I need a number on this one. I'm going to say 0.1. I don't know how actual it is, but that's not right at all. Yeah. That's right. Okay. All right. So we just have to figure out what the weight of it is. All right. So how much weight do you think this engine is? And you're saying it's 23 point. I don't think it's an AJ. I think it's this. It's going to be the worst looking engine in the world. I'm going to tell you that. Yeah, ESA propulsion. Whole bunch of stuff here. But what I care about is, does it say how heavy it is? N22 space shuttle thrusters. All right. Orion engine specs. Let's go that. Maybe. Care about is I can't put 0. That's the only thing. So I have to come up with a weight for it. You know, 0.25. Done. We're just gonna call it that, and we're gonna go with that. It might not be right, but at this point, I don't care. All right, so that's what we're gonna go with. We're gonna quickly build a tiny engine. It's gonna look like garbage, but that's okay. All right, so back here, we have the spacecraft thing. I have no idea how this is gonna be. So I'm going to build the Orion first, and then I'm going to fit the spacecraft adapter to that. So we need to make an engine. So we're going to grab our one of our engines that we've already built. Actually, no, we need a smaller engine. Let's grab a smaller engine. It's a space engine. We know it's a space engine at this point. There's no playing around with it. So we're gonna grab not that Kolarbi. Yeah, we're gonna grab this garbage engine. Oh, I hate this engine in the game. Or do we want the Valiant? You know what? Let's take the Valiant. We're gonna take the Valiant, and we're going to modify the Valiant very quickly into this small engine that we're going to stick on the bottom of the spacecraft. Okay, and we're going to call this the Owl engine. Why? Because I had to come up with a name, and I just came up with it, and I said, there, done. And that's the end of it. Woo! So how are we doing here, everybody? Everyone's keeping good, hydrated, etc. Everyone's excited. Can somebody check in and see where we are actually in real life, and maybe post it in the chat how they're doing? So in here, I'm going to basically strip this engine. It said that it was a certain height and width, so I don't know the height and width of this engine, but I'm going to guess from the service manual that the main body of the service manual is 2 meters high, but its main engine extends from the service. Likewise, some of the equipment for the SA service module protrudes into the crew module adapter. So it's saying it's 4 meters, of which the main part is 2 meters. So I'm going to say 0.2. The heat shield is about 0.5. So that gives me 2.5. So 4 minus 2.5 is going to be our engine height, which is 1.5. That's what we're going to go with. And the engine, somewhere we had a picture of it. The engine just is a cone. We're just going to go with the cone and call it a day. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to take this cone right here. We're going to say 1.5. So right now, 1. And we're going to say this is 0 because we want 0, true 0. And we're going to remove this here. I said the engine was going to be 1.5. So we can get this. We're going to go here and generate the mesh. Okay, so the bottom of this thing here, how far down does it go? So it's 1.5 is the lowest the engine goes. So we're going to generate the mesh there. Okay. And we're going to make it this lovely little space engine. Off this Kolarbi. And generate mesh. Generate mesh. Okay. I think that's probably as good as we're going to get. And then the flame holder here, we're just going to move it until it connects like that. And then we're going to grab the heat holder, and we're going to grab the heat holder here, and we're going to say it is going to go here. And it's going to be not too wide, 5. There we go. I think that's going to be our really fast, silly engine. And yeah, that's what happens when we're running out of time. And I just didn't change it in the owl, did I? The owl still looks normal. I changed the actual original engine. Dang it. Okay. All right, we got to put that back. So I'll put the owl engine there. Yeah, so this is copy. Called engine owl. The owl engine is the original variant. There we go. And everything's right with the world. Okay. Take the actual and put it here. Okay. There we go. Okay, so display names. So this is the owl engine, and we're calling this the service module engine of choice. because yeah, it is negatives. No, 0.5 is fine. It doesn't have to be perfect. And now everything else here should be good. Yeah, okay. I'll make sure it's there. Magnet point is 0, 0. The flow is there. Okay, so this is where we go back to our Excel spreadsheet here. Make it a little bit smaller, and we pull the numbers off the document that we just wrote. All right, so the mass we said is 0.25. The thrust, I'm just going to move this off screen here so I can't do that. The thrust we said is 2.6. 2.6. And it's 212, actually 213 if we round it properly. The thrust position is at negative 1.5. Okay. Thrust normal, cool. And everything else is good. It does have a gimbal on it, so we're just going to double check the gimbal. Where's the gimbal controls? Here we go. 1, apply animation. Okay, that looks good. Okay, 0. And we know the rest is there. Okay, so that is the fastest way you can make an engine in the game. So there you go. There's our spacecraft and or surface module engine. All right, so next we have to build is the 5-meter thing. So we're gonna go back here to the is it the Orion space adapt? No, the spacecraft adapter. Here it goes. So this spacecraft adapter sits on top. It has to be 1.5 because it's going to knock out the bottom and the top probably. Okay. All right, so we can fit. Yeah. Let me think for a second. Yep, that's what's going to end up happening. Okay, so the top surface has to detach. We don't need that. We're going to remove it. And we're going to go here, and we're going to remove. We're going to add that to here. Add the component, detach module, and this detach module is going to detach the not the top surface, the front. Okay, let's say 20 in the Y, 0 in the X. The multiplier is going to be 1. You know what? We're going to go 40. I want this thing to shoot right out. Force multiplier. Okay. There we go. So top surface we don't need anymore, so we can delete that. This here is going to go seen to the front, and it's going to function as detach. Detach. Okay, and it's going to shoot off, and pieces will fly everywhere. That's fine. Okay. Alrighty. So now that that's done, we're going to do the back. And the back is just basically going to 4. Yep. 5.1, 2, 4. There we go. And the sides are going to go, what are the numbers for the sides? 4.5, 45, 95. Okay. 45. Oh, generate the mesh. Okay. And then this here is 45. Generate mesh. Okay. And the back, generate the mesh. Okay, cool. And why is the back slightly different? Oh, because we said it was going to be 5. Okay. Okay, so that is the piece that's going to hold the spacecraft together, and it's going to have that engine sitting right in it. So if we grab the OWL engine, you can see here that the... Oh, don't tell me I pulled the... Oh, delete that. Yeah, don't need that anymore. Engine OWL. There we go. Okay, so if we go back to our construct, we have 2 extra pieces to add in here. So there's this piece here. It's going to sit right on top. Where is it? So 73 height and 0. And then sitting on top of it is the OWL engine, which is going to be sitting right there. All right, engine owl is at 74.5 apparently. Okay, and is 0, so it'll sit right there. That looks right. Okay. So now with that, we need to go to the spacecraft thing here, and we need to add the all that. Okay, we're good. Add a component magnet module, and we said it's going to be 0, 0, 0, 1.5. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Cool. Hey, we're actually making really good progress here. Yeah, it's probably the longest stream so far. And we're making our way up the rocket. So the next stage is, if we look up the photos. So we just finished the spacecraft adapter, and we finished the engine for the service module. We have the service module itself, which is, we said, 4 meters tall plus the engine. So we set the engine, so 4 minus, what do we say, 1.5? No. Yeah, 1.5. So we need to make a 2.5 meter size box and add in the other stuff. Okay, cool. All right, so let's get to doing that because obviously we have no time to waste. And this is going to be European Service Module. Okay. Adding components in here. And we're just going to try to do this as fast as possible. If somebody wants to time me, that would be funny. Because watch, it's going to be like, time me, and then horrible, horrible, horrible stuff. Okay. Spacecraft adapter. Okay. It's going to be 0. The center of weight is going to be, I said 3.5, so we're going to make it 2. Pretty centered. Description. What happened? Oh, we're in the wrong. Right. There we go. ESM. All right. In service module. And I'll just put down. Okay. We're going to go back to our document and find the mass. We're going to go back to our other thing here. I don't know what the mass is. Okay. All right, so it's 13.5 grams. Okay, so 13.5. All right, 13.5 right now. That's going to end up being mass because we will have fuel in here. Doesn't have a lot of fuel. I think we had a document that showed us how much fuel was in here. All right, so I'll call this apart. Okay. Create an empty, and this is going to be the fuel tank. Oops. Okay. Fuel tank. Add components, and we're going to add in the custom pipe and the pipe mesh, which is going to use the fuel tank data. The color is going to be white. I think somebody's going to tell me that there's probably a logo I need to put on this, but we'll get to that. And then this is going to be flat, smooth. Okay, there we go. And we said this was going to be 4 meters wide, so 4 by 4, and it's 2 meters tall for this segment. So we're going to do that, generate the mesh. Okay, we're going to duplicate the fuel tank. This is going to be the capsule adapter, and the capsule adapter is 2.5 to 2, and it's 5 because that's 5 because that's going to hold the capsule on the top and generate the mesh. And this one here, it's not going to have a build collider, and it's not going to have a physics collider because it's just holding the actual part in space. Okay, which means that we do need to make this here, add a component interior, and we're going to make this exterior like so, and then we're going to copy that, and we're going to go here to tack it onto the thing. And we're going to call this capsule back, and the back is going to have a render offset of -10. This part here is going to go, we'll say 5 should be enough. And this one here, instead of being, right, we're going to go black. There we go. And then we can generate that mesh. It's just going to be in the background, and it's going to be interior. And that's so that's in the interior so we can see what we're doing. Okay, so obviously this thing is going to eject the capsule at some point. So we do need to make a custom surface. So this is the capsule eject surface. Yeah. Surface. There we go. And this is going to be at, we said 2, 2, -2, 2. Show it. That is in the wrong spot. 0, 0, 0. There we go. Because it's going to have the heat shield will sit right in here. So that's going to hold it there. And then we also need, lastly in the adapter, just delete this. We need, there's like this latch thing that's there. So we're going to call this the capsule latch. And this is going to have drag surface, attachment surface, but it won't attach anything. Okay. And that's going to be, we're going to say 1, say 1, 1, 1, and we're going to move it over here. Like so. And we'll make another part here. Like so. That does not look as nice. Say flat. And then we're going to change that. Okay. So we're going good. So what's going on with the, oh, did they scrub it? Oh, dang it. They have a fuel lake. Okay. Oh well, we're still gonna keep going because this gives me some time to get done. All right, so that's there, which means that if we grab the owl engine, we're gonna put the owl engine right there. That's where the owl engine is going to be. 0, 0. Just give us an idea what we're looking at here. So that's the owl engine, and I said the center of mass is what, 2? I said 2, but it should be 1. It's not that tall. Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's the right height and width. So that's surprisingly coming together pretty good. The next launch window is Monday, I think, for the SLS, so have some time there. We're going to work out here a second. I have a dog at the door. 1 second, guys. All right, the dogs are happy now. and that's important. Okay. Clear the errors. Let's see what we got here as an error. Reset, just to see if it's actual error or if it's been cleaned up. And then we'll see. All right. I now have a lot of time to make mod. Actually, you know what? I want to see if I can get most of the functional parts working today. And then we'll maybe make it look a little nicer, but sort of release a version 1 for people to play around with. I think that would be good. So, yeah. Okay, so this is the European service module right here. We just need to figure out how much fuel it has. So I need to add a tank to the fuel, add a component, and it is a resource component. Resource module, okay, and it's liquid fuel. And then I got to create these wet mass, dry mass percent, resource percent, and mass, right? Yeah, okay. Like we did with the other engines. Okay. There we go. Okay, so we have wet mass, fuel percent, we have mass, and then we have, what was the other one? Right, dry percent. Okay. And we know the wet mass is 13.5. And I go mass, which means the mass is 13.5. Oops. Fuel percent is 1, and this is the only one, we're going to say 0.1 for right now. It probably isn't, it's probably like 0.9 or something, but we will figure that out in a second as we go to the fuel tank. Oh, we can get rid of the owl engine now, we don't need it. Well, we'll leave it in there because we'll add something else in a second. All right, so wet mass, fuel, oops, no, dry percentage, fuel, and mass. Okay, so with all this fun, we need to figure out the dry percent. So I just need the dry, I'm sure I read that somewhere here. No, it was the other document. I think it was this one here. Here we go. All right, so I'm just looking for a weight. Here it is, dry mass. All right, so it is 6,000 kilograms. And then it says here it's 15,000 kilograms. Great. Okay. So if we believe that one, what do we say? 13.5. And this says here that actual launch weight is 15.5. Okay, so 15.5. And then we're saying the dry is 6.1. Okay, so 15.5. Oops. There. So it's 6.18. 185 divided by 15,461. Oh, that's not right. Shoot. So it's 15.461. Okay. And here. Okay, so 6.185 divided by 15.461 is 40% dry mass. Okay. All right. Whew. So that's there. So that's going to have the proper fuel and everything. So that's good. We still need to make it look nice with the things. Okay, so this guy here, if we click on it, he's going to detach. So we need to make sure we can do that. So here we're going to add the script for, what was it? The capsule ejection surface, right? No. Oh, I got the whole rocket in there I need to get rid of. Okay. Capsule ejection surface. No, I don't have, where is it? Oh, I haven't put it in yet. Okay. So detach. Capsule ejection surface. There we go. 0, and we're going to say here 10 because we don't want to shoot it into space too fast. Multiplier. Okay. There. And detach. Okay. So that should be done. Now we're just going to double check that we did add in here the variant. And we're going to put that in here as, yes. Yep, there we go. Okay, and then we want to double check the owl engine is also in here with the proper tag. SLS variant. Okay. That has mass, good. And that has mass. Okay, cool. All right, so we are going to build the pack again. So much excitement. There we go. So we've gotten pretty far up the rocket at this point. We still need to add the RCS system, but I just want to make sure that this, again, works for what we have before we move on to the next stage. Yeah, so we're just on the European space module. Unfortunately, the rocket got scrubbed today. We're still working on it to try to get it going. But if I can get this going, then it just leaves the capsule part and the, I guess, the abort system, right? So let's go to parts. I'm just going to copy the file over. There we go. And then we're going to go here. Yeah, so yeah, oof, I know. I was going to make it too. I only have a couple hours left. But yeah, we're going to do this. Build a new rocket, continue the build. So we're going to delete this on the top here, and we're going to go to SLS Artemis, and we're going to pull, well, where is it? So there's a part here, yeah. Oh, that looks awful. That's not lined up. But where is the engine and everything else I just made? Oh, okay. Let's go find those. I probably forgot to add them to the pack, didn't I? That's probably what I did. Let's say owl engine, yeah, it's not added to the pack, so we're going to add that to the pack. Artemis, and what else we had to do? The EMS we have to add to the pack. All right. Artemis. And because we know it's broken, let's just take 2 seconds to find the spacecraft adapter. You know what? Spacecraft adapter, we'll leave it for right now, because we have to put a whole other part wrapped around it. So we're going to do that. All right. Yeah, I did not put them in the pack. Yeah. Again, it's not usually too big a problem, but like I should write up a little list of steps I need to do before I build the pack. Make sure I put things into the variants. Make sure I put them actually into the pack. There we go. All right. And play. Odd world. Build a new rocket. Continue build. All right. Then here we're going to go to SLS Artemis. And am I not seeing European Service Module? Okay, so I need to fix that, but it's not the end of the world. It's still functional. That engine goes on the bottom like that. And then we just need to slap a capsule in the top. All right, so we're going to go to basics. Actually, you know what? Do I have it here? Orion spacecraft. I do have this. Why is that too big? Oh well, okay. We're gonna make that smaller. Yeah, so this is something that one of the people made on the forum, and then they sent it to me. So obviously it's got a few issues, but not the end of the world. Actually, you know what? It's supposed to be here, like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to launch at all. Okay. We're not going to do that. As much fun as that is, I actually have to build the proper thing. We're just going to grab a capsule. We're just going to grab a regular capsule, and we're just going to make it wider. It needs to be 5 wide, and then how tall is it going to go? Sure. Let's do that. That makes sense. And then because it looks cool and because we need it, 1, 2, right? Because it's got that, and I'm gonna fix those up in a second. Okay, we're gonna launch that and see how that works. All right. So far, so good. We still need to fix up the boosters in the bottom of the rocket, which we're gonna get to when we make everything look nice. But overall, we have liftoff. Everything looks pretty good. Boosters are gone. Obviously, we still have a lot of force here. I'm just curious here how far we can actually push it, because this should go to the moon, right? Yeah, this still has way more power than it should. Like, I don't understand. Like, this is... I'm wondering about some of the specs, because this alone is well able to put this to the moon and back, like 3 or 4 times. I can't believe they're bringing in 40% extra fuel. Anyhow, so we're going to switch to the smaller engine over here. And away we go. Okay, and then we click here, and that breaks off. Now we can switch here, and can we control it? Oh, that's not good. Okay, well, I was going to test something, but apparently we're still good. Switch to the rocket, and I just ejected the engine. Oh boy, that wasn't supposed to happen. So put our solar panels here. That will eject that, so that's good. But yeah, we have a few little boo-boos. So we're going to revert to the build for a second here and double check some stuff here. So number 1, engine turns on. That's good. This is good. This is a control. This thing has control, but does this engine not have torque? The engine might not have torque on. Right. Okay, so we probably might have to add torque into this engine, or in something, because right now, yeah, that's not how it's supposed to work. And then we also have to add here. Now, this is the thing I'm wondering if it's really worthwhile doing it this way or not. But we actually need to add a fairing in here, right? Like that. I guess it's going to go to about, what do we got? Right there. Like that's, if we turn it there, that's what it's going to look like. Because then the emergency launch system is going to sit on top of it. But let's just launch it with the fairing. I'm just interested to see what happens. Obviously, we're going to have to make our own fairing because we're making it custom and we want it to fit properly, but we're just going to shoot straight up in the air at this point. Okay. Turn off 25 time. There we go. It's just going to separate out. All right. Probably should have put some RCSs on here. Well, engines extended. And away we go. That actually looks pretty good. See here where it's in the game, it actually makes the lines and stuff. So, okay, I'm just going to press this. So that does separate good. So we can just take a regular fairing and slap it on the front top. So that's good. So right now we're just testing this. So if I press this, it should eject that. And then this thing here is going to eject the adapter. Okay. So we switch here. We still have the engine, but we have no torque. So we're going to need to add some torque to this thing because otherwise it just goes in one direction. Okay. We switch to the spacecraft. The spacecraft opens up its this. We can turn this engine on. There we go. It's got, we're probably about 20 tons. So that's pretty good. And then if we press this, it ejects the capsule, which we still need to make. Because we have to make the capsule and we also have to make the, what's it called? The heat shield. So yeah, so that's what we need to figure out next. So the capsule looks a little different, so we're going to figure that one out. But overall, I think we're pretty good here. How's everybody doing? Everybody's like excited. I know stuff didn't work out today in real life as much, but yeah, so I have no control over that. And the other engine, which is somewhere over here, I think. This one still has the thrust, because this one here is going to basically go and launch CubeSats. So I'll have to have it where I click here and it'll fire off CubeSats. But yeah, it needs to add torque into that engine. And I want to switch because control and everything is currently in here. So I got to add torque to the engine. Okay. Torque to the engine. All right. So that is the Eagle engine here, which we have, and Eagle engine here. Why does it have no torque? Engine on, gimbal on, yeah. The engine has there. Says the gimbal's on, so it does rotate. Torque is enabled. So why is the engine not able to turn the rocket? Huh. Just jump back in there. Yeah, I'm not imagining this, right? $25. Okay, that's not bad. So we're gonna continue here. Did I turn torque off? No, torque's on. Okay. I'm just wondering why I'm not able to gimbal the engine once we eject, because I still have control. Alright. That is odd. So if I extend the engine out, okay, and I tilt it, it rotates, right? As I expect it to. I eject out the core pieces, and there we go. I go back here, switch to this. Oh, I can't turn if the engine's not on. That's why. There we go. That explains it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, there's no torque. Okay, that explains it. There we go. So they're talking about switching it to 6 p.m. now? For the real life thing? That's interesting. Okay, so I like this engine thing. I think the engine going down is a little too fast. Go bottom nozzle. Yeah, like, let's go 1 second. Because we can still turn the engine on and it'll still fire and expand out. But that's fine. Okay. So where are we now? So in our construct, we have the adapter plate there. We have the EMS that sits on top, like so. Okay. Oops. 0, 75. Oh, no, 74.5. Okay. And then we have the capsule on top. We just threw in standard solar panels because that's what I just did. So the question here is, do we want to make the solar panels fancy? Probably, but we'll get to that in a short while. We need to make the heat shield and the capsule itself. As I said, somebody sent me a heat shield and capsule, but it doesn't fit. So I'm going to have to rebuild the heat shield and capsule. But I'm actually going to make the heat shield and capsule 2 pieces. So let's do that next. So heat shield is pretty simple. We're going to steal a heat shield. There's no point in reinventing the wheel. There's a couple of heat shields, eh? Okay, we're going to grab this one. No, it's hollow. Fab 1. This is the regular heat shield. Yeah. Okay, copy that. All right, to the SLS Artemis. Okay, and paste. Okay, and this is the Orion heat shield. All right, and the Orion heat shield here, its width is, we're gonna remove all these other ones because we only need for the Orion. Pack, gonna go here to the SLS, and the width is 5 meters, right? That's what we came up with 5 meters. So there we go. And if I apply the variant, it should come up like that. 5. It should always be there. There we go. Okay, now check surface. Where's our surface here? We're just going to create a new custom surface. There we go. And this is going to be surface. And what we're doing here is, because of the way I have the rocket set up, it actually only works at 1 point. So we're going to go 1, negative 0.5, 1, negative 0.5. We're going to go view. And we're going to go negative 1. Okay, so how deep is this? So this is a whole pile of fun equations, isn't it? Right. Oh, that is annoying. Okay, so this one here has to be negative 0.5. Right? Now it's upset at me. Why? It's upset at me because it's wrong. Okay. Negative 0.5. How about that? Generate mesh. Okay. So that's what it has to be at, because 0.5 is where the rocket sort of does this. Okay, so I kind of want to just strip this whole thing out. I know coding is cool, but times width. So it's 5 times 0.98. So that is, nope, I didn't even get that close. Okay. .45, eh? All right, you know what? We're just going to do this. 3, 4, 5, 5. And here we're going to go negative 0.1, negative 0.2, negative 0.3. Okay. Yeah, that's the best looking heat shield in the world. But we're going to move it now. Okay. So that's going to go to here. That's the surface that's going to be detached. Like that. Generate mesh. That's not bad. Now, I kind of want to do something here to make it look nicer, but for now, that's what it's going to look like. So that's the heat shield. It works just like a regular heat shield. We've just resized it. So that's good. And then we need the Orion capsule. Okay. So Orion heat shield, we're going to add it to the pack. Where's the pack? There's the pack. Okay, so it's going to end up being what's clear. Actually, we have specific weights for the capsule and everything, but okay, the capsule. Where do we have the? What's this part here that had? Yeah. So crew module. So we said it was 5, and I'm saying it's 0.5, and then the top here. So 130 inches minus 5.5. Okay, let's go do that. So we're just gonna pull up some math here because everyone loves math. Here we go. Where did I put it? SLS. Okay. So that's going to be 3.3 meters. So we said it was going to be 3.5 meters. Just to average it out. So that means the capsule itself is 3 meters by 5 meters. Okay. Cool. 3 meters by 5 meters. Okay. So we can create a new prefab here. And this is going to be the Orion capsule. And we're going to quickly just make that here. Part. Orientation. And variables. Variable module. No, ignore the dog. And the dogs are gone. Okay. So here we go. Orion capsule. We're gonna get this done. Crew pod for SLS. All right. We know what the mass is gonna be, minus the mass on the actual thing. So what is the crew module mass? We had it in one of these documents. Which one? 8.5 metric tons minus the cap thing. So let's do that. So 8.5 metric tons, 0, and we said it's going to be 3 meters tall, so that is 1.5. Now the heat shield that we just built, the Orion heat shield, this has a mass of 5 times 0.25. That's that minus our 8.5 gives us 7.25 as the actual capsule. Okay, so switch this to 7.25. Yay. Okay. Oops, we're in the wrong. All right. Orion capsule, Orion capsule. Okay. Then we're going to have here, we're going to create an empty, and this is going to be the actual capsule. And here we need to add the actual capsule. So we're going to go a custom pipe. I think it's custom pipe we want. Yep. I said it's Barky Puppies 3 by 5, and the top is probably a bit wider than that. 2 maybe? Oops. Second. Okay, so the capsule here, it has a component called control, the control module, because it has control. Click that. And we also have here, we need to add a torque module because it'll also have torque. And we're going to give it about, let's say, 20 torque. Probably more torque than it needs, but for right now, let's leave it as torque. So did they say what they're doing? They switched it to a new time. What's the Eastern Standard Time, like local time for it? Because you're saying it was scrubbed, then somebody's saying that they're going to try again tonight. I don't know. Yeah, because we heard that they had scrubbed it earlier. Okay, so that's going to be the capsule. Again, not too much difference. It's just basically a block of weight in the game. We're going to add in parachutes to it because it needs parachutes. But for right now, we're going to put it into the Artemis program and the heat shields from the Artemis program. Cool. Oh, okay. Shield. And we're just going to call this and since the heat shield is actually already pre-made, it has all the stuff we need into it. The Orion capsule's there. Did we put it in the right spot? We haven't put the variant in. Let's not embarrass myself again for the third time today, but putting it in the right spot. Okay, there we go. And we're going to build that pack. Build a new pack, 11111, like we do before. Pick up space, and build the mod. Okay, so at this point, yeah, the next launch window is Monday, because that's the next launch window. Because they have to, yeah, it was today. I think it's supposed to like rain or something tomorrow, or there's something to do with where the moon is located, rotational orbit. So, well, actually, it's in a pretty good spot. So, okay, copy, paste that there. All right, so let's see what we got here. We're going back. So we got most of the pieces. So things we're missing is we're missing the RCS thrusters. Oh, that's not good. Orion capsule. Oh. Okay, close. So that means the Artemis pack, he called it Orion capsule too. Well, its pack is gone. My pack is here. And we continue going. All right. So we're going to delete that. And we're going to add that pack in. I have to fix that too. So, but we're going to go like this. And we're going to add the heat shield in like that. There we go. If we flip it over, it's going to look like that. You know what? Let's get rid of this for now. Yeah, we're going to have to put that in. But for now, that's what it looks like. Oops. Okay. And we're going to hit launch and make sure everything's working. All right. Whoops. That's a rip in the chat. Let's revert to launch on that one. Oh, it's going to revert to build, sorry. Launch that. Yeah. I guess I didn't pay attention to it. The boosters, yeah. Gotta get rid of the boosters after. There we go. Now the boosters are going in the right direction. Oh, I hope they don't have to roll back that rocket. That's a major pain in the butt. All right. So we're going to test again. So I think I need to boost that up a little bit. And now we have it where, there we go. So I'm really liking this so far. This looks really good. I'm going to grab a screen cap of that. And then we can eject out the bottom here. And then that goes way too fast. Okay. There we go. So we got a little Orion spacecraft now. We're going to actually see, where are we here? We're actually flying away. Okay. We overdid it. But we're going to actually head back to Earth and put this in the atmosphere and see if it goes correctly. Assuming that we can slow down. Over 2,000 meters of, wow, we're going really fast. All right. So you're saying probs also SfS just downloaded, so boom? Okay. So we're just trying to see if I can actually slow the spacecraft down with the smaller engine and try to put it back in Earth. I don't know if I will be able to. There's quite a... No, I'll be able to. We've got plenty of fuel. Okay. No, don't do that. There we go. And we just try and bleed all the heat out. Because once we're done bleeding the heat out, we can drop the capsule or the surface module. All right. So the surface module is pretty much done now. No, it's not ejecting. That's not good. Okay, so whatever we did, the service module isn't separating. So I think I'm gonna have to put a separator there. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna have to put another line of separation here and do that. Did I put the white pattern on the boosters? So I haven't fixed up the prettiness of the boosters yet. So I'm probably gonna end up doing that soon. We're just gonna have to crash the capsule the wrong way. That wasn't good. Build new rocket. Continue build. That's supposed to handle 6,000 degrees C, and it did not handle 6,000 degrees C. Okay, so a few little things to fix. Nothing too critical, I think. All right. So we're at a 12:15, 12, yeah, almost 12:15 here. So I'm thinking what we're probably going to do now is fix the EMS system. So fixing the EMS system, so this here is exterior. And then we have the back. Why did the back not show up? It says interior. Generate mesh. So I just put it here. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I can't put it right. Okay. There we go. So that's the back. And then we want the ejection surface. Copy that. Paste another one. That's going to be the top. And that's going to go here to 2.5. 2.5. And it's going to be 2.5. negative 2.5. Okay. And here we're going to add the second ejection capsule surface. Yep. And we're going to add detach mode. That way it'll detach the capsule properly instead of detaching the heat shield but not the capsule sitting on top. Okay. So we're good. And what else do I need to do? We got the so we have solar panels that we can just borrow. We got the engine, we're good. We do need the RCS system, so yeah. Okay. That's not a huge problem. I'm just trying to think of what else needs to get done on this rocket now that we're here. Okay, so we need the panels that encapsulate the service module and this part here. We need to make the crew module look nice. We have the launch abort system that sits on the top, and we need to add into the crew module a parachute system. And the docking port, and you're right, Prime. You nailed it, everything. So let's build that. Let's go to the thing and build the funny things. Okay, so we're gonna go to parts, and we're going to grab a fairing. Where are the fairings? Where are the fairings? A fairing. There we go, right? Yeah. Okay, copy. Then we're gonna go to SLS, Artemis, and we're gonna go here, and we're gonna call that. And this is the Orion fairings. There we go. Open those up. So we're gonna remove all these because again, we're just building the one. The width is 5.1. Detach edge, yep. Apply variant. Oh, come on. And I need to get rid of all these other ones. There we go. And I just have that one. Oh, did I get rid of all the variants? No, all the variants but one. Okay. So that's 5.1. 5.1. All right, so apply the variant. That's what it looks like. And it has to go from the bottom of one segment to the other. So let's go back to our construct where we can add in, well, we don't want to do that just yet. We'll just add in the Orion fairing. There we go. So it's too wide for some reason, but we'll fix that in a second. Oh, right, because it adds an extra 0.15, right? Okay. 0.73. Okay, so how much higher does it need to go? 2, 3, 4. So it needs to go 4 times. Okay. That's easy enough. Okay. 4. And then we have to adjust the fairing so that it actually meets the correct height adjustment. Okay, so the height is 4. Apply variant. There we go. And as we work on this, I said it was 5.1 was too far because the way this goes is actually mathed it out as the width is plus 0.2 plus 4. So I want 5.1 clear. So it's 5.1 minus 0.4. 4.7. Okay. It's an odd thing to do, but I'm not changing any game code if I don't have to. 7, 7, 7, apply the variant. Okay, and then if we go back to our construct, here you can see it is really nice right down the core, but I don't like that line. No, why is it now crazy high? Oh, it's still got 4 in there. Okay. And then it has this Orion capsule on top. Okay. All right, so with that, we can go to the fairing, and I'm going to change this thing because it looks odd. I know it's supposed to be there, but let's change it from fairing to edges. Oh, I'm changing the back. I want the front. Front, left, front, right. Okay. The mesh. Let's call it edges. No, shoot. Edges smooth. Okay. Edges smooth. Okay, there we go. Perfect. And then the back here, that can be fairing. Okay, because I don't care about the back. The back, nobody cares about. Okay. All right, so that's the fairing over the rocket that we see here. And it's nice and smooth, so it's like the rest of the rocket. Here we have the Orion capsule that we can pop in the top here. And that's going to be 77, 0. And then we also have here the Orion heat shield. Oh shoot, don't want to do that. Oops. All right, delete that. Orion heat shield is going to go up here, like so. And that's going to be 0, and it's also going to be 77 because it's negative. There we go. And that is there. So we have so we just have the emergency launch system and have to build the stuff on the capsule. Okay. So, boop, 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 boop. I want the advanced capsule system. So this is something I've been working on for a while, and I have to just figure out where it is. But I've actually been working on this, so I just need to find it. I think it's in the utilities. It's advanced capsule. This is advanced capsule heat shield. Okay. It might be in the regular parts. Let's see. Please tell me I didn't accidentally delete it. It's in exotics. Nope. It's not in fictional rockets, astronaut, Apollo program. I'm just gonna go capsule. Advanced capsule. There we go. So this is the advanced capsule. As you can see, it has a parachute in it already. So we're going to do that. So what does it actually need? It needs deploy state, animation state, and this parachute script, right? Okay. And then it needs the parachute. Okay, so we're going to steal the parachute out of this. Actually, you know what? We're going to steal the whole capsule. All right, and we're going to take it over to SLS Artemis, or dump it here. There's the capsule. And then we're going to steal everything from this capsule. And you know what? Yeah, we could do this. Or, you know what would be better than the capsule? Delete, unpack that. Don't do that. You know what would be better than the capsule? Let's grab the absolutely insane, since I already built it. Where is it? Giant parachute. AKA the Mega Chute Deorbiter. And we're going to put it in here. Oh, we're going to have some fun with this one. All right, so there is the Mega Chute Deorbiter. We're going to grab the parachute from it because this is what we actually want. And we're going to put it into our Orion capsule. There we go. And then we're going to toggle it. The parachute's there. We're going to move the parachute up to there. There we go. And we're going to then add from there. Where is it? The giant parachute. So that's the parachute. We don't need the stuff. We just need the parachute deployment. Code, copy. And we're going to then paste it into the Orion capsule here. Right in here with the control and the other stuff. It's going to need the two states though. So deploy state animation state. Click these two are saved. Okay. And then we're going to paste component as new. It's not going to get super upset. It's going to say, where's my parachute? I'm going to say, there's your parachute right there. And we're good. So, all right, so if I say 1, no, I can't do that. I gotta do this. 0. Okay, so deployment height is going to be 5,000 meters. Deployment velocity is going to be 500. I think that's probably good. We'll have to play around with it a bit. All right. So this has got torque, it's got the parachute. So if I go to the parachute here, I'm missing what? I'm certain I'm missing something. I'm missing the move command, aren't I? Yeah. There it is. Copy this component. And Orion capsule. We're going to then paste this component. I'll have to say where everything is. All right, so scale is parachute. Active is parachute. Inactive, I don't need. Don't need. Position is parachute, sure. And scale is parachute, I think. Let's go back to the giant parachute thing. Okay, deployed state. No, I just need the top two. Active and that. Okay. Cool. So we can get rid of this and get rid of that. So if I say this is 1, I hit apply animation, what do I get? I get this oversized parachute and that piece that I need to get rid of. Deployed state is gone. Okay, so that is way too big. Yeah, it's a little too big. But we're going to fix that in a second. Okay, so the drag is also too high. So we're going to edit key this one. So instead of that, we're going to say 500. And instead of this, edit key, we're going to say 250. There we go. That's more in line with what it should be. There we go. Super. All right, so parachute transform. Basically, this key is going to be edit key 0.5. And then I'm going to edit this key as 1. There we go. The X and Y. Yeah. Edit key is going to be 1. And this is going to be, again, edit key 0.5. All right. And then I need to get this so it doesn't pop up like that. Okay, cool. All right. So at 1, apply transformation. That's what it's going to end up looking like. It's a bit wide, but okay. At 2, deploy state, it's going to go like that. Okay. So what do I want to change? I don't mind the width, the heights too. All right. So y is the height. So we're going to change this edit to, okay, apparently we're doing that. And this is going to go edit key 1.5. 1.5. Okay. Apply animation. Yeah, that's better. And then we go back here, and there's two states. That's why I'm able to do this. So this is the lower state, and this state here, I want the X here. Edit key 0.25. There we go. Apply animation. All right, there we go. So that's the, we basically just stole the Mega Chute deorbiter and changed it into a regular parachute, just because it looks cool. Now, somebody's going to probably mention there should be 3 of these coming off of it. I'm sure somebody's going to mention that at some point. But we are going to see if we can just duplicate this. Parachute, we're going to say right. And we're going to then go like this. 33 degrees to the right. Okay. And we're going to make this one here. Yeah, so that's, can we go 45 degrees maybe? I think that's too much. 33. So we could do that, right? And then copy left, and we'll make that negative 33. So that's not too bad. But I kind of would like the main parachute to be the one closer. Put it at the bottom, is it going to get, I don't know. Well, we'll leave it for that right now. And then over here, we just need to, you know what, I'm going to do this. Create an empty parachute main. Go. And we're going to take these 3 parachutes. We're going to put them into parachute main. And then here, we're going to go there. And we're going to go and change this from parachute to main. And we're going to change this one to main. All right, apply animation. Why is it now off? Oh, because it's now applying. These have to be 0. Okay. 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1. No, that's not going to do it. I'm making mistakes here that I shouldn't need to do. Okay. So that needs to be, no, come on. One, 0. So this should be negative 6.9, 5, 11. Okay. No, it's not quite. What is the actual number? 6.7. Okay. Okay, there we go. So if we do that like that, and then we go here, we're just making sure these parachutes actually go in the right spot. Apply animation. Now they're too tall. Why is that doing that? Okay. Go 1. It moves it over there again. Why is it doing that? This is a scale and active. Oh, it's scaling both up, isn't it? Yeah. Shoot. Okay, there's a, so So yeah, my mods are updated for the ones that I've already released. So I just need to change this back to parachute. So we're going to do it slightly differently. Parachute, parachute, and then we're going to this here to 0. Everything's going to be messed up. That's okay. X. No, move them down one level. Go. Delete main. That was a terrible idea. And then we're just going to apply animation and find out they're all now horribly in the wrong spot. Okay. That's okay. We're going to put them back in the right spot. 0. -11. No. -1. No. 5. No. 3. Right? Yeah. Okay. So 0, 3, and 3 and 0. Okay. Right. So that's 1. And if we go here and we make this 2, apply transformation. Okay, so that works again. And what we're going to do now is go here to 1, apply transformation, and we're going to duplicate, duplicate, and then duplicate, duplicate, and then we're just going to change it parachute left, parachute right, and then here we're going to go parachute left again and parachute right again. And in theory, if I've done this all correctly and I hit apply animation, okay, I hit 2, I hit apply animation, okay, that is a little crazy. Yeah. Meh, we'll leave it for now. It looks crazy, but we're gonna go with it. Yeah, so let's just test it and make sure it works before we go too crazy here. So on this part here, we're gonna go here. We're gonna pick the scene. The scene is the capsule, and the capsule's got, no, where is it? Yeah, it's right there. Oh, it's not the capsule, it's the Orion capsule. Oh. There we go. And we got parachute, and it's deploy parachute. Okay. So any luck, this is all going to work. We're going to go 0, apply animation, hide the capsule. All right. So we've added that in here. We've corrected that. So now this all should be pretty close to actually working, surprisingly. And then we can make it look nice, which I'll probably do as another stream since we have some time, just to not make this too long, but also to just consider the fact that making it look nice, I think there's going to be, see if I can get a couple people that I know are going to want to be on here that have some knowledge about making these things look nice and accurate, because the goal will be to make it look as nice and as accurate as possible, versus right now, which is sort of, it works. All the pieces are there and it works. The only piece we're missing is the LES and some RCS thrusters, I think. But let's see. Yeah, I don't know why they popped up, but whatever. Okay. And where do we have it here? That's good. Where is the, that's the Orion stage separator. I apparently misplaced a piece. All right, we're gonna do this and find it. So there's the Orion capsule fairing, and it just simply is not added in the pack. Okay, that's easy enough. Okay. Add that to the pack. Okay. Adding it into the pack. So, what is it here? Well, thank you for the endorsement, Prime 252, that my packs are there. Yeah, I try to put a lot of stuff into them, and I have a lot of other stuff I want to put in. So I think going forward, I'm probably going to try to do it as sort of a release a pack, do a recreation, release a pack, do a recreation, where any recreation stuff will have spin-off technology. Obviously, I'm going to have a couple pieces here that I'm going to spin off, like the engines, so the 3 engines. Okay. There we go. Double check. Okay. And then we want to add the, where is it? SLS Artemis. All right. No, come on. Where is it? Come on. Don't tell me I forgot to add it to the pack. All right. It's probably, you know what happened? It probably got added to fairing. Okay, fairings. Yep, that's what I forgot to do. Forgot to add it to the pack. Okay. There we go. 11111. Build mod. Okay. There we go. As I sound super excited how long I've been streaming for voice. And hopefully we have a mostly built rocket. Continue build. All right, so SLS Artemis. There we go. Not sure how well it's going to work with that little piece sticking out, but we can always fix that a bit later. But there we go. And what does it look like? That looks pretty good. Okay. I'm going to hit the launch button, and we're going to go do a run through here and see if everything works. All right. So we're just going to get it into orbit. There we go. So we're now in orbit. Try to even that out. Good enough. All right, so we're going to say goodbye to the main stage because, well, that's what we're going to do. It's going to kick out. We still have to figure out why it's not kicking out fast enough, so I want to boost that because I do want it to clear in a couple seconds. Go. We can engage the engine. I just don't want to blow up the main stage. There we go. And we're just going to then go here, like so, because we're actually now going to deorbit, test everything else out. Okay. We're going to rotate the engine for a really cool picture. And now we're going to deorbit the rocket. And then test out the last remaining things. And then I think that's going to be it for this stream. We'll make the launch escape system the next one. And then we're going to make everything look pretty and nice and fix up any inaccuracies that we have. Because I'm going to have to go and do some math to actually calculate out what might be missing so that I'm not sitting here on the stream doing a bunch of math and you guys are just like, what's he doing? So Ed, am I going to upload the mod? So I could upload this. It's not completely finished yet. There are some errors. And then I will, in the next stream, update everything and then release the finished version. Let me know if that sounds good. Right now I'm just burning. You can see here that my Persepolis, basically I just want to get down to about 25 kilometers or so. And then now I know I'm going to hit the atmosphere. We're going to do a little test here. Oh, I meant to, sorry. Okay. And the fairing isn't going. Great. Shoot. The fairing is broken. No, because I can detach that because I know I can. But the fairing isn't working. All right, so I'm gonna have to figure out why the fairing isn't working. Well, we're gonna revert to launch for a second here. Build, I guess. Continue build. We're gonna toss the fairing because there's no point in putting. Well, I think it's happening is the fairing is getting stuck. So we'll have to fix up the fairing, but I will do that again in the next stream. This stream right now is just basically let's make sure everything's working and then call it a night for what we have working. All right. Yeah, I just launched the the boosters into deep space. So let's see. Can we get out of the rocket before the Oh, we can't use the Eagle engine while time warping. That's outrageous. All right. So we're coming in for a landing. So we're going to eject that whole system. We're going to eject this way because it shoots out like a rocket. That's way too strong. We can extend out the wings. There we go. But we're going to say goodbye to those as well because we're going to go and see if we can land this and deploy the parachute. So theoretically, that should be deployable. And in addition, this should be deployable. So let's see. Let's see how things go. We know everything else works. So let's end this off with a positive note of trying to land this spacecraft on the planet Earth. All right. Not sure why that. Oh, there's probably another surface. Oh, yeah. Okay, one of my surfaces is still there. So, all right. And the heat shield only has 300. Yeah. Okay, so we can fix that, and then we're going to call it. And something is horribly broken. Awesome. The game is angry at me. So something is definitely broken, but we'll fix it. Okay, so in the Orion heat shield, where is it? Here. There's this game object. We need to delete that. That's what it was. Okay, new pack data 1111. Okay, build the mod. Okay, so we're just gonna test that again. I just want to make sure the parachutes work, and then we'll get back. If you have an idea what time is a good time to do another live stream, head over to the Discord forum and just let me know in the comments in the general chat, and we'll see what we can set up. I'm gonna have to check my schedule as well, because I was kind of expecting to have this all done, but we got pretty close. All right, so we're going to Space Flight Simulator, and we're gonna test this, and then we're gonna see. So yeah, the fairings, I've never really gotten them to work to the same degree. I'm not sure if there's a piece of game code that's missing or not, but yeah. So we're gonna launch this. And we're just trying to get up to about 50 kilometers in the air, and then we will basically toss everything and just test out the launch capability. There we go. So we really don't care about anything but... Oh, that's not good. Right. So they have to be ejected in order. Switch to... Bump that out. Yay. All right. So let's see. So theoretically, the heat shield is now going to be able to take 6,000 degrees, and then we'll deploy the parachutes and see how they work. Whew. Yeah, this is a thing. So we're going to make it definitely look pretty. Oh, that's... The shaking is from the giant rocket exploding above me. I guess it was up within the 5-kilometer range. So I have this set up so it should be able to be deployed at 5,000. There we go. I'm not sure I like that. We'll see, but it's working. And then we're gonna head down. We're gonna speed up a bit because it's gonna take a while to land. The center one is moving, the other two are not. Okay, that's interesting. We'll have to figure that one out. And then they should expand to large size. Yeah, so I'm not sure why one is rotating left and right and the other two are not. But anyhow, I still think that looks kind of like, as silly as it is, it kind of looks cool. But yeah, so tomorrow, or well, I guess next time we're live streaming, because I'm not doing it tomorrow, I need to have it where the 3 parachutes are all moving and probably not at this level of an angle, I guess I should say. So we'll see about that. The capsule is coming to the ground at 6.1. So we're going to see if this is going... I expect this is going to go thump. And we're going to break the heat shield. I fully expect the heat shield to get broken on this one. But we're coming pretty close to the ground here. So... Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. The orientation of the chutes, the game might not take that, because it's basically going in the chutes go in the reverse order direction that you're going. So we'll have to see that. But I also may just have one giant umbrella. We'll see. There's a couple options I can do to make this work. Yeah, I might do it with one chute, or I might put all 3 chutes into one. And apparently we didn't go very far from the landing pad. So we're coming down here. We'll see if it's good enough. I do know to a degree that the bigger, heavier modules, this is 8.5 tons. So let's see if it explodes on the landing. It does not. Boom. Welcome to Earth. Ha! Excellent. So there you go. Super, super happy. So thank you everybody for watching the stream today. If you have any questions, comments, again, leave them in the comment section below. Be sure to hit a like on the way out if you haven't. And yeah, I'm going to set up another stream, part 4, to basically make the LAS system. We're going to make the RCS system, and then we're going to make everything absolutely as pretty as we can, as accurate as we can, so that we can call it a recreation versus, meh, we slapped all the parts together and called it a day. So there we go. Thank you, Prime252 and Cedric, for moderating the chat today. That's been great. Does it make me angry that I have to update my mods every update? No, not really, because it's not a huge thing. This one was a bigger update than before. It won't be tomorrow. It might be Monday, or it could be like Sunday night here. Um, I'm gonna see what we can do, but I have a whole bunch of other stuff I have planned for tomorrow. Um, so that is going to be it. So yes, be sure to stick around. Part 4, I will post it in the I'll post it here on Facebook. Yeah, not Facebook, YouTube, and set up a schedule when I know what time I'm going to be streaming, and I'll also post it in the Discord server. So there we go, and yeah. Until then, thank you again, everybody, for watching. It's been super helpful. This has been a crazy stream, but we got like 90% of the rocket done. So I just have to do some calculations because I don't have the diagram, and so that's what I'm going to do so that in the next stream we get everything accurate as possible. Because trying to work off the graphic images we have, they clearly don't all line up properly. So that's what we got. And then we're going to do block 2, 3, or block the cargo block, and everything else shouldn't be too hard. All right, that's it from me. Goodbye, all that good stuff. And because I have it already set up,